do indeed. Thank you, Mario. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is once again Tuesday, which means it's time for Into the Nightmare.
Oh yeah.
Before we do that, some announcements. I don't think anything special from the Owlbear Inn per se. We did have our third episode of Rain in the Garden yesterday. Some wonderful poems.
It was great.
Yes, we did.
We will have more Playing with Mutts tomorrow, and it's this week is the movie one.
Oh yeah, Hate, Laugh, Love.
Yeah, Hate, Laugh, Love. I don't know.
Man, I'm the only good one at announcements. Yeah. Yeah, still figuring that out this week, folks.
Keep your eyes out for what might show up for Hate, Laugh, Love this week. Nightbane on Saturday and Tales of Andrea on Sunday. Never forget those two. They're so wonderful. And then, of course, after stream today, if you want to keep going at it, our wonderful Ink Fae will be continuing on with her stream.
Yep, and we're switching it up. My computer needs a break from Divinity Original Sin 2. So, we're playing my favorite Escape from Reality game.
Boom.
Stardew Valley.
The best one. So yeah, you can stick around and watch it for that. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else. What about you guys?
No.
No?
Don't forget,
Cool.
it's last Thursday. Cast and Smashers Day off.
Last Thursday of this month.
Be there. We're going to have a day off and it's going to be fun.
Yep, and if you were wondering, no Smasher today, but don't worry, he will be back next week.
He is lip.
Yes, and that will be it.
Oh, so succinct.
Yeah. That's it.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Okay. So yeah, last week, Into the Nightmare, the party dove deep into the mountain and found out that what was left of the Illithid society that lived in Blootspur had just turned into a bunch of undead vampiric Illithid. So there was a meaty mass of brain material for the Elder Brain that used to be there, used to be the Dark Lord of the area. Other than that, no presence of a Dark Lord left. Some evidence that Cephas had already come through. And then they proceeded forth and found the Alkalith, who was able to open a means to get Nereza, who took with her Nimla, the little hellhound, and the two of them went to hopefully where her prey is.
Her uncle went too, right?
Yes, her uncle also went with her. All three of them left. After which, that is where we pretty much ended for the night. saying goodbye for our long-running guest, Zelda Elf. And we will pick up here with you guys. You've taken a long rest, so if you haven't pressed that button and you need to, go ahead and do so.
Thank you.
Well, everything's frozen on my end, so give my computer a second.
No, computer, work!
And also, I forgot to mention this. The winds have been terrible, and my internet keeps cutting out. So
Yeah, that's probably why also for me.
Yeah. No, the wind has been absolutely awful in this state, so
Yeah, it's been wreaking havoc all day.
I have taken some allergy medication, so if I act a little bit loopy, that's probably why.
As opposed to any other
Normal.
Tuesday.
Yeah, right. All right, so yeah, you guys are coming to. You've taken this long rest because the alkaloid told you that he needed a moment, essentially, between opening portals. And now you guys have a choice. Where would you like to proceed forth? You have a few means to go. The alkaloid can open a portal to where he thinks you guys should go, which he keeps suggesting hell actually being one of those places. And
Mixie just stares at Deshane.
I'll
I'm
just
looking at
stare at
Valador.
Deshane.
Me and Valador just staring at each other.
We all just stand
Party
there for like
stares at each
5
other.
minutes staring at each other.
No. When we wake up and that happens, us like staring at each other for a minute, I'm gonna say, all right, so we have a choice to make. Either we finish up what Valisor needs to do, we try and find Smasher wherever he may be, or I don't know, we go back, try and find our way back to a version of Ravenloft.
I think Smasher will come to us. I think we're going to keep having realities collapse, and eventually we'll land in the right one. I'm not sure, trying to find someone right now. When we at least know for sure from Cephas that he's functioning.
We do.
And look at Mexi next, like, yeah, I mean,
Both our conversations happened with us both touching that stone at the same time. So I heard.
I didn't.
That's-
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Only me and you heard that's right. Okay.
I did not.
Then I don't say that. Then I say, yeah, I heard it too.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
So it feels left out.
Everything I need to do is tied to you, apparently, Deshane. So
Same here.
I think you became our de facto leader. Make decisions.
Okay, then we're going to hell, I say as I stand up and put my hat on.
There are worse places to be.
I just switch
Let's
out
go.
my arm and make sure my Gatling arm's on. You hear a bit of a... Maybe I'll get to use you.
What was the being's name again? That's gonna open the door.
You only know that it's called an alkaloid. It hasn't actually
Alkaloid.
given you a name.
If you say that out loud, I'll tell you it.
No, Deshane would remember. I heard it and then my brain was like, alkali? It's not alkali. No, I'm gonna say, because you said that the
Wait, did it
alkali is
actually
telling
give it?
us.
It told me, isn't it?
Yeah. Did
And
it say it out loud?
It did say it out loud. It said the name out loud, and Mixie was translating for Deshane the whole time.
Yeah, because it's only spoke Infernal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say then, we'll speak with this alkali, see what it says.
A decision have you made?
I look at Deshane.
Yes, I believe we have.
Excellent. Where to?
Hell, I guess. I say, looking at Valisor.
Don't ask me. You're the one leading us.
I shall take you there. You see the kind of mossy, slimy substance close up again like a curtain. And it just seems to breathe, going in and out for a bit until it gets a little faster. And then you guys suddenly feel like the immediate area around you drops several degrees in temperature. And then the curtain slowly parts open. And instead of a door, what you see is more cave, but this cave, it's not dark. It is lit up, but you can see what lights up are these glowing stones that resemble sulfur almost. And what it reveals is a cave that is just filled at the bottom with bones of every different type of creature you could imagine. Even some you've never even seen before. Everywhere. You could also see occasionally a form stumbling about, just moving around in the distance. But this is just a massive cave right now that it's opening up into.
Are we ready?
Best
Yes,
we'll ever
but-
be, I guess.
suppose.
All right, we're going. Well, at least I do.
Spellcaster is looking at his spell list. You said something about spells and looked confused at your screen there, Murray.
Yeah, because I'm preparing spells.
Oh, right.
Spellcasters. You know,
As a
folks,
wizard artificer.
I have to say that, being a fighter is so awesome because I just hit shit. Shoot first, think never. As what is it?
To do.
Yeah. No, well, not Shane. He does think, but
Right. As you guys walk through, it is significantly colder in the cave that he has opened up to you. But you feel and hear him say, "Welcome to hell. Find the river Styx. Seek the boat lord Charon. He can lead your way."
I think this is going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
well, don't jinx it. Yeah.
What was the name of that boatsman again?
Charon. Charon.
It's where the word Karen comes from, as in like a specific type of birds of prey.
Carry
No, I was
it's
thinking
like-
about the Karens in the grocery stores.
Yeah, those two.
Not that kind of caring. That's Kara. Alright. Yeah, you can see in this cave specifically, while it is pretty big, there are several areas that have openings that look like exits to other caves off in the distance. And there are several shambling forms that seem to resemble people, but they don't pay you guys any kind of heed whatsoever, and they seem to stumble in no general direction. And you are literally walking on bones.
Yeah, we keep walking. I pay no mind to the lost souls.
All right, I need perception rolls from all of you.
Oh, yeah. Perception. $22. My brain was like, you cannot add those two numbers together quickly.
You don't know how to maths right now. Lies.
Because my brain has to, because it's a 15 on the dice, right, plus 7. So my brain has to break down 7 into 5 and 2, and then add 5 to 15, 2 to 20.
It's kind of how my brain does it. 17?
15.
15. All right. Deshane, you specifically do notice there are other things moving about that you can see. They seem a little more aware of you, whatever they are. They also seem a little bit more translucent, similar to what you would consider a wraith or a ghost to look like. Anytime you see one approach one of these shambling individuals, you notice the shambling individual will shake for a moment, then seem to move purposefully in a general direction for about 5 steps before moaning, sagging, and then shambling off again in no general direction. Valisor, on top of that, your suit actually does pick up one other thing. You don't see it yourself, but one of the holes or other entrances to another cave is several degrees warmer than the rest.
Well, we're here now. What next?
Well, what's the name of the demon you're after? I say as I'm like looking around as we walk.
I look at you and... As you will know, I don't know.
Then give me a descriptor.
Big, red, mean, and ruthless. Sharp teeth, little horns, small head, more rotund.
Good. When we find a lesser demon, you can ask him.
He's a pit fiend. I do have a few names. Give me a second while I, look them up.
Well, Murray looks up the varying names I have told him off the top of my head of different demons that he has heard about, including Rachel. One of the ones that Valisor well knows is connected to the demon he is seeking.
Okay. So you Agroth? Agaroth. He's in the canyons, and he's got 2 little dudes. No, I say little dudes, lessers, following. It's Gotrid and Elegar. Yeah, those 2. best thing to do would be to start with those two or Rachel. Whichever one. Any of those three that we find first. Starting with the boss. Start with the underlings. It's probably the better way to go. Learn where the boss is.
Well, okay then.
They all serve an incubus. Don't have a name for that one.
Shane kind of like turns his head like slightly when you say like incubus. And he goes, ugh.
Leave the incubus to me. It's hard to sway the heart of a married man who's on vengeance to redeem his dead wife that they killed. And I continue walking.
Let's just hope they don't work like they do in my world, I say as I keep walking.
I would like to cast Sending
Okay.
to a demon I met in the inn.
Oh, yes. What would you like to say to her?
I think I'm in your neighborhood and could use some directions.
You look up sending quickly.
Same plane, no distance restrictions.
Yeah. This might work.
Even to other planes, but if the target is on a different plane than you, there's a 5% chance the message doesn't arrive.
Ah, okay, cool.
Ah, and you can answer in a like manner immediately. Where are you going?
We're trying to find someone. This doesn't work back and forth. I will be using all of my spell slots if I answer.
Are you gonna say who you're trying to find in this spell slot?
You have 25 words.
That's a hint.
No?
I don't think Mixie is actually completely aware. She just knows we're looking for a demon. And a demon looked at her kind of funny once upon a time.
Your response to this one is incredibly descriptive, dear. Which demon?
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use another slot. Battlesaur, is there any information?
I give her a descriptor of the pit fiends, the names, the three names, and the fact that they serve an incubus.
Yeah.
Right. Her response is, the incubus's name is Elias. I'm not telling you where he is. The pit fiend's name is Richard. I'm not telling you where he is. If you want someone to tell you, look for the river Styx. Find Charon.
You fucker. What was the incubus's name?
Elias.
With an E or an A?
E. Elias.
Yeah.
Does Richard know of Fred?
Are you sending that as a spell?
No, because Mixie would have no idea what the fuck Fred is.
That's true.
That's pure player needing to know.
Maybe I'll tell you later.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, that's 2 out of my 3 third level spell slots.
Sorry, but isn't that 3 out of 3?
Yeah, that would be 3 actually.
Yep.
Well, folks, it's a good thing
Well,
I
no,
packed
because I
cure
said I
wounds.
didn't describe anything because I don't know anything. And then she said, well, that's rather descriptive. I assumed that she sent it back. Because I had no description.
Oh, because you didn't actually send. Okay, yeah. No, that would be
She
2
initiated the second
scrubbing. Yeah. Because she would have. Yeah, if you didn't send a response to her question, she would have responded with, "Well, that's rather descriptive, dear." So yes, so that is 2, and then she sent the second one technically.
Then to the river Styx.
See about a boat ride.
I never thought I'd be on a boat.
If you guys would like, I will give you the option to make perception rolls or survival rolls at this point to see whether or not you can tell where the river Styx is from where you're standing.
100% perception, my survival is shit.
Perception, I get advantage. So.
Samesies.
Yeah, and it would be smell related too. What did you get, Falso?
23.
23.
Not great. Go ahead.
Yeah, 22.
22.
A good old fat 15 for me. Survival.
Survival, 15 survival. So you did a survival. Okay, good.
Uh-huh.
I was hoping one of you would do survival. Yeah, Valisaur and Mixinix, what you guys look, you look around thinking, or looking for any sign of water or the river, or a river of any kind in this area. And all you really see is a total of 13 different passageways that lead out of this cave. Bones everywhere. There is no water that you can see. It is just covered in bones.
Also,
some of them
100% not looking for water. I'm looking for lava.
Are you looking
Lava
for
flows.
Okay. You don't see anything that resembles a lava flow either.
Okay.
It's also too cold.
Too cold in hell.
Yes.
Okay.
Thinking of the wrong kind of hell. Well, actually, technically, you are thinking of the right hell. You're just thinking about it differently. Dante's Inferno, folks.
I would like to point out, according to the laws of physics, heat rises. Keep that in mind.
Yes, but if we're never mind, it's fine. Yeah, no, I already know that. We would have to be really,
Yes.
really far underground though.
It is quite cold.
All right, what did I see with my survival? What do I see
With your
my-
survival, you would know it is a little too cold for there to be properly running water without the river having too many ice chunks in it per se. That's how cold it is, folks. But you would also know what you would need to look for first is slightly warmer location. If you can find some warmth, there might be some running water nearby or something warm enough to cause condensation.
Okay, I'm going to stop where we reached that, like, 13 different passageways. And I'm going to try another survival. Oh, fuck me, even worse. 10.
Building off of your previous one.
Yeah.
And I
10.
build on my perception, and I will do 13 rolls if I have to, but I want to go to each one and see what I hear and smell down each one.
Actually, just roll percentage die.
Percentage?
Yeah, percentage.
I'm gonna ask my helmet to do an environmental reading to which one is gonna lead us up.
Thank you, Bellazoy. What did you get?
005.
Oh, nice. What did you get, Deshane, for your survival?
Oh, that was a 10.
Oh, yeah, 10. Yeah, sorry. You already told me that.
Mhm.
All right. So with Mixinix going from one hole to the next, Mixinix, you do notice one hole has more scent coming from it. You're not exactly sure what the scent is. It doesn't smell like sulfur. In fact, despite seeing stones that resemble glowing sulfur, you don't smell any sulfur anywhere. All you really smell is dry bone and dust. However, one of the holes does have a slightly more pungent smell to it. Deshane, building off of what you were looking for specifically, you do notice one of these holes, same one that Mixinix seems to take a pause at, being slightly warmer than the other. Valisor, the readings your suit tells you is that of these holes, 3 of them lead up. 10 of them lead down. The ones that lead down all get colder. The ones that lead up all get warmer. One of the ones that leads up has life forms somewhere down it. It's the same one that both Deshane and Mixinix have now paused at.
Alright, cheers. Push to talk, y'all. Always click away from a box that you're going to be typing in. I'm going to walk up to where they're at. This one. And start walking up. Or, yeah, wherever it goes. I'm following it.
Now that Mixinix with a look of like... and I keep walking.
Yeah. Quick note, since I don't currently... Oh, I'll just open your character sheets and look. So I don't ask you.
They'll be singing while we're walking. They'll be singing. We are in hell. Gonna get hot again. Gonna kill some demons. We are in hell.
Alright, Deshane. I was the only one that really notices this, but you do hear what sounds like faint, small footsteps following behind you as you guys go down this hall. And the bones also seem more trodden. They're smoother in places, or seem to be being ground down into a fine sand almost in others. And you can see that this is more or less a pathway at this point, leading somewhere. It does start to angle upward. And as you guys go, I'm going to need some perception rolls.
I'm also gonna use what's it called? My defensive field. Give myself some temp HP.
Okay.
Another 22. I only roll high for perception when it comes to like skill checks.
I rolled 2 6s, so 10. And I'm relying mostly on my helmet.
I roll perception because I get advantage because I'm half wolf, right? Every single time, one of the dice has either been a 1 or a 2. That's why I'm picking perception. Nice. But the other die was an 18 this time, so 23.
23.
And that was a 1. 18 was a 1.
Also, when I hear the footsteps, it'll be a subtle thing, but I'm gonna move my hand back and clear my duster from my holster, just idly as we walk.
Perfect.
And if they pick up on it, they pick up on it. Either way, I'm ready to shoot.
For those of you who got above a 20, you do actually notice there is something small, maybe even some things small following you. It does sound like there's probably more than one. I'm sorry, Valsar, what was your perception roll again? I know your helmet's going to pick that up,
10.
so you know about that. 10? Yeah. You don't yourself see anything. Your helmet does note you are being followed by creatures. Ahead of you guys, though, before too much, but ahead of you guys, you do notice there's more light, and you can also hear movement up there.
I'm gonna keep walking until something makes a move.
I trust Pip to keep me safe.
Trust in Pip. All right.
I am feeding Rue a berry.
Perfect. You'll notice when you feed Rue, you don't actually see where Rue is. It's more like Pip takes the berry, but you know Rue's getting it.
While we're going...
Let's see.
Oh,
Go ahead.
shoot, we're already being followed. Never mind. We'll be able to see it. Okay. Bummer. I just had an idea, but we can't do it anymore. Never mind. Carry on.
You are currently being followed, sir. Alright. You guys are going to come to a bit of a bend, which opens to a slightly wider area where you can see what seems to be something of a bonfire made. What is causing the flame to continue going, you are unsure. It may be bones. However, what is currently sitting around it is of a little bit more note. You see 4 of these kind of formless piles of flesh, essentially. You could almost associate them with being similar to the mimics that were in that tower, but the flesh these things have definitely folds in on itself in multiple places. You can tell there is a bone structure holding the flesh up, but there's no proper shape to these things. Their mouths just keep gaping open, and every time you do hear it open, it's almost like you just hear a cacophony of complaints, though there's no words to these complaints. It just feels like complaints. And these creatures are currently standing around this bonfire, just kind of continuously rocking back and forth, and then occasionally opening their mouths to complain.
Okay, would I know if these things can intellectually talk back to us?
Yes, actually, these are a pretty common form of demon or devil, depending on where you come from in the multiplanes. They're known as lemur.
Oh, lemurs.
Yes,
actually
they cannot speak, but they can understand, as long as you speak in Infernal. And Valsar should know that.
Yeah.
Because they are common.
Going to stop in my paces. Is that the only one we see?
3.
There's 3 of them? That's the only type, though?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around, address behind Deshane and Mixie Nix and be like, in Infernal, do you have the capability of speaking? Or are we entering into a slaughterhouse?
All 3 of you just hear this kind of maniacal cackling behind you. And that's it. That's the only response you get.
Mixie, Deshane. I think we should be getting ready for a fight.
My guns are out, and I go, shh. And I get them ready. They're silenced.
They are silenced.
Now, how quiet are these? Are these just like, is it just muffled? Or is it like...
It's magically muffled, so it is perfectly silent. But you could still
That's so much more violent. That's
you
so
can
much
still
more violent.
feel the sound.
Could you imagine? All you guys hear is the hammer
Sounds
hitting
like
the
a total
bullet. It's like click, and it's just people's heads exploding. Click.
But you can still feel the sound, essentially.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta find a fireplace quickly.
I turn around.
Okay.
What do my eyes see?
What do my
The elven.
werewolf eyes see?
Your special eyes see.
What do my werewolf eyes see?
There are things moving in the bone. Occasionally you see flashes of red scales, a pitchfork, a pointed tail, some horns. Oh, we'll use this guy. He's going to be it.
Kobolds?
This is not a person, this is a bonfire.
You know there is a bonfire. All you have
I
to do
couldn't
is put
find
in
it.
fire. Put in fire.
I did.
Well, there is a
Did you
fire.
go?
I've used it many times. Campfire. One word.
It's
The search function on this. The search function on this
Is very
is-
precise.
There it is.
Very
So
precise.
Look,
Mhm.
it gives me wood piles for some odd reason.
Nice. We up this way? We up this way?
Alright. Yes, you should be up there.
Okay. Now I have no control over my size, but I should not be large yet.
I can fix that for you in a moment.
I can't see a fucking. Oh, there we go.
Move you to token layer. These are lemurs.
Lima.
A lemure.
Lima.
A lemure.
Lima. It's
Depends
literally
on
the same
where,
word. Yeah, it just depends where you're from.
Are we in
Where-
a low
where the hell
light
you want.
dark?
Rocks?
No, I really
Right,
should.
right.
I don't know.
Because I'm a flashlight
Folks.
for the map.
Syrinscape is a beautiful sound system for all tabletop RPGs and stuff like that. Anytime you got a group of friends together and you need some vibes for your D&D session, Syrinscape.
There you go. I made the fire give off light.
I'm just kidding, he's not Syrinscape, everybody.
Can you see with that?
It's wonderful, and Ethan does a good job with all those
Good.
announcements.
Oh
Syrinscape.
yeah, that's what you see right now. Three of these lemur
Cool.
lemurs things, depending on who told you what the word is, standing around this bonfire, and something cackling behind you. Flashes of red, horns, pointy tails, pitchforks. Oh,
Yeah.
let me change your size.
I'm going to quickly put silver bullets in my gun.
I'm going to be like, handle the back. And I'm going to start walking towards these things.
They literally pay you no mind until you are right there.
At which
Go back
point
one
with
step.
my fist is back one step.
Yeah, that's when they're going to do something. What are the other two doing?
I have turned around, moved a step like that, and both my guns are out and ready.
Perfect. All right, valid sword. When you get, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about. Mason,
I'm gonna
so
move
sorry.
here because Valisor moved so frickin' far away. There we go. And we're all bonded.
Fuck.
Okay.
Smasher, we need you back so they start bonding with Valisor. That would be preferable. Because Mix's death
once I
is going to
level,
be
it won't matter.
Shit.
Just so you know.
Awkward.
Alright, Valsor, when you step right there, one of them turns around and opens its mouth, and you just hear a long, like, not hear, but more like feel a long list of complaints. And then you can step one more step forward and roll for initiative.
Well, right when I got there, I was going to punch.
They weren't going to let you punch before they were
Okay.
going to make you roll for initiative.
Everybody? You said?
Yeah, everybody roll for initiative.
Everybody roll.
Everyone, this is D&D's Descent into Avernus from Syrinscape.
Some doom
Genuine.
shit.
That's what it
The
feels
only
like.
thing they fit. Your fight is eternal. Doom, doom, doom.
Valsor is sort of Doom guy.
Kind of 21.
21. Mixinix?
9.
9. Shane?
24.
24. Jeez, Shane.
Ladies and
11
gentlemen,
on the dice.
I rolled a 19 on the dice.
I rolled a 4.
Well, you're definitely going to get your punch off before they do anything, Valsor. They're not very fast. Alright, we're going to start with Deshane at top. Deshane, you don't see anything behind you yet. But you do hear things in these general areas.
1 second. Mark that one more time. Sorry.
That's 4 different areas.
None of
see it?
those showed up for me.
None of those
Not
showed up. You
a
might be in the wrong
single one. Yeah.
I am in the wrong layer. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, there's
Boom.
4 locations.
Boom. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yep. That you hear things currently rustling.
Okay, knowing that we're trying to get information, I am shooting to cripple. So, I'm pretty much, I'm aiming gut shots right where the spine connects to the hip bone on these things. I'm trying to sever that with gut shots. Yeah. Immediately, 3 shots. Nearest guy. This guy, he was like right here, you said?
The sound, or what you think might be something in the bones over here, yeah. You're rolling at disadvantage because you don't currently see anything.
Yes, I'm gonna roll this first one. It's just... 19 to hit.
19. Nice. Yeah, that hits.
Okay, quick damage. 14 piercing damage. Silver bolts, I don't know if that does anything yet. Just Shane's experimenting, folks.
Yeah, you blast that area, and you don't just see bone pieces go everywhere. You see fleshy bits go everywhere. You see what you think might be blood go everywhere. There is what's left of a form in that area.
I am going to say out loud, very loud, that was a warning shot. And then I'm going to immediately spin and aim at the other 2 spaces And yeah. I am going to... Ooh, they're so tiny. I can just obliterate these fucking things. What's the biggest noise I heard? What seemed to be the biggest?
Back here.
Okay. I'm taking kneecaps on this one.
Still at disadvantage.
Yep. I rolled an 18 and a 17, so that's going to be a 30 to hit that guy with the first shot.
That hits.
Boston is the 15 damage.
Yeah, you're pretty sure you can't do non-lethal damage to these, because that's also going to blow this thing to bits. Another, not even the sound of any kind of screech or anything is heard. You just see bits and pieces fly out from the bones that you just shot at.
Okay. I'm actually going to... I'm not going to use my bonus action shot. Actually, because I don't know how much of a threat these things behind us are currently to us. So I'm going to hold off 2 shots. Or my last shot, I mean. And that's my turn.
All right, Valisor, you are on deck.
Okay.
Still,
You,
yeah, push and talk. Cool, I'll use a bonus action. Giants might grow in size.
gotta be on the right layer.
And then I'm gonna punch this guy in the face.
He is quite small compared to you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna vibrate him to death.
He's like your boot size. Oh, he's a little bigger than your boot. Not very big at all.
Okay, so that's going to be a 21.
20, yeah, that hits. This is all thunder damage, right?
Yes, it is. All thunder damage. That is 11
Thunder
points
damage.
of thunder damage.
Oh wow, that did not actually kill him. But it really, really hurt. Like, you can see that the only thing keeping this thing alive right now is the pure shock that it just got hit.
I will then finish by speaking Infernal. Where is the river Styx?
Alright. Anything else? Oh, you just said you were going to finish with that. Sorry.
Actually, what I'd like to finish with regarding that is I'm going to move there.
Alright. Yeah, he is actually going to be so shocked at the amount of damage he took, he's not going to take his attack of opportunity.
Basically, right fist going down towards this thing as I'm walking past it, almost vibrating.
Where is the
completely to
river
death.
Styx?
And then walking up to this one and staring straight down at it. For effect, my chain gun's burring and it's pointing at its direction.
Nice, nice. It has no idea what that is, so that's not very scary. Yeah. The cackling behind you, Duchesne, stops. With you just blasting 2 of them out of nothing, you hear silence behind you. And then there is further ruffling. And I keep going to the wrong layer. And you get the feeling you hear things going this direction, back down the direction you guys came from. But under the bones.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that will be its turn. Mixinix. Your turn.
Really?
Mhm.
Really? They rolled worse than me.
They rolled higher than you by a lot, but they have a negative.
By how much?
They're not very fast. These are the lowest of the low demons that I could find.
Oh, I could rip and tear to this stuff for sure. Give me those skulls that I can crack like a juicy orange. Just
Melon burst.
mm-hmm.
Dig your fingers into the side and just rip it open and watch the juices fly everywhere.
Just grab it right at the top, right at that seam, right at that seam in skulls, and just. Or do the Doom Eternal like punch down and it breaks their neck and their head like goes into their torso.
They just collapse in on themselves.
I think I'm gonna move and hold my action.
What are you holding for?
Something to become within reach of me.
Okay,
Melee
something
range.
to get within reach. Melee range. Okay. All right. It will come to the Lemure's turn, and this one right. Oops, sorry, wrong layer again. This one right here that you're next to, Valsor. Its mouth shuts closed to the point where you don't see a mouth anymore, and it slowly raises an appendage and points it towards this direction right here.
Okay.
This one right here turns completely around. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, oops, 15. And will attempt to flee. And this one will actually cease to exist. It will literally just puddle up and seep into the bones, disappearing amongst the cracks, melting away into nothing. That is going to be their turn. You guys don't need to worry about initiative at this point because, Deshane, you scared off what was following you, and Lemure are not very intelligent.
Well, for flavor, the
reach
one
on the
that's
group then.
walking away, I'm going to melt with the chain gun, and then grab the other one in front of me, bring it close to my face, and say, "Show me."
Yeah, you. It's slow enough, and you're precise enough that it becomes paste, and amongst all the bones, much like what Deshane was shooting at. The one you pick up starts to shiver uncontrollably and continues to point in the direction of this hole.
I release it and repeat, "Show me."
It very slowly turns and starts to shamble that direction.
I start to follow.
They're very slow, so you guys can easily follow.
I'll look back at the other two and say, "I found a guide," and start following.
I do the same.
Yep. I'm making a point to be in the back, so our glass cannon isn't walking target.
All right. It's going to take you through several passageways for a couple of hours. I'm going to need a percentage roll from all three of you each. And we will start at the top with Deshane.
That's going to be an 82 for me, dog.
Nixie Nix.
39.
And Valisor.
If you put me and Deshane together, we make 100%.
Mm-hmm.
What is it
Perfect.
you got?
18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. As you are going, you guys will come across a crowded area. It's like the cave opens up, but there's no floor to your left. It's just a drop. And you can see standing on several ledges above this kind of like drop cavern with no obvious end at the bottom. Each ledge seems to have one of those kind of downtrodden looking individuals. You now that you get a little bit of a closer look at them, they look a lot like humans that haven't eaten in years, but are still somehow alive. They don't move. They don't really react to you at all. They just kind of stand there. Some of them seem to sob slowly. Others just lean against the wall with their foreheads against it, not saying anything or reacting to you guys at all.
Okay.
The Lemur continues to go down this path, and it suddenly turns and bends in on itself, going down slightly. It does seem to get warmer, though, instead of colder, as it starts to go down. And as you guys are going, you see over on the other side on one of the ledges, you notice, all three of you notice, this entity kind of come out of the wall. It's a pale green, kind of almost yellowish color entity. Resembles very much like a ghost. However, you don't see any humanoid shape to it. As it comes out of the wall, it turns and seeps into one of these humanoid individuals standing there crying. And you see him suddenly stop crying, and he leans up, and he looks directly at you, Valisor, and goes, "I know you. I know you," and starts to walk forward. And as he walks forward, he falls off the ledge, and you just see him falling. And as he's falling, he slowly yells, "I know you."
I keep walking.
I'm going to
I pay
say,
no mind.
whatever you see and whatever you hear, just ignore it.
I have spent the last 200 years studying this plane.
You guys come to another bend, and you see this happen again, only this time it seems to be a female individual that it enters into, and this individual suddenly just kind of stops crying and shocking and rocking back and forth, and kind of looks up over at all of you and looks at you, Deshane. You couldn't save them. You can't save anyone. She stands up. You can't even save yourself. And then she just leans forward and falls off the edge.
There's not even a blink. Just I am in the middle of rolling a cigarette.
Two hard asses over there.
Mixie's never been more grateful for being the back of them.
You guys have gone down quite a bit now at this point, and you realize you're not just walking down a path made of bones anymore. You're now walking on steps made of stone into the stone. In fact, the bones seem now to be just dust or ground gravel at this point. You don't really see any bones down here, which is kind of weird because you'd think with how everything up there started to make the bone look like sand, you'd think more bones would be knocked off the side. But as you're getting closer to the bottom, you start to hear the sound of running water. And you get to a point where there is one of those wretched souls just at the bottom of these steps, slowly trying to crawl his way up the steps. You can see he's not using his legs, even though he does have legs, and he's just trying to crawl his way up, and he's taking up quite a bit of the path. The lemur does not pay him any attention at all, and just walks right over him. Not big enough or dangerous enough or heavy enough to do any damage to him, though it does stop the guy in his tracks and make him fall down a couple of steps before he starts going again. But, yeah. Are you guys going to go over him, around him, or what?
Yeah, I take like two big, like one to one side and then one past him to get past him. You know what I mean?
I don't.
Stepping over and around.
If I have to step on him, I will step on him.
Muted.
And I get around him.
Text.
Push to talk.
Push to talk.
I don't. If I have to step on him, I step on him.
Oh dear. You hear a kind of sickening crunch and the sound of air very quickly leaving a chest cavity. And then silence as Valisor just walks over the guy. And then he starts to continue pulling himself up the steps. Towards you, Mixinix.
I repeat my question. I am
What's your
short.
question?
Can I get over him?
Oh yeah, he's very, very skinny. And he now has a hole in the middle of his back, the size of Valisor's foot.
Wednesday, high or low?
Low.
Mixie is stuck. She knows what she has to do, but she knows what she wants to do. She can't bring herself to walk past a person in need ever. And so this moment has her kind of... It would look like if you looked at her, she was frozen in fear.
I'm gonna notice because she's the one behind me, and I'm gonna stop and I'm just gonna look at you directly in the eyes, Mixie, and my face says, "It's too late." And I just look at you, waiting for you to make a decision because it's not my decision to make.
I'm gonna need some help. I don't think I can do it. But I won't do the wrong thing either.
Probably at that point that they would hear a gunshot from my chain gun shooting the creature in front of them.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn around and I'm gonna say, "Hold on, Valisor." And then I'm gonna walk up to this being and I'm just gonna reach underneath it and squeeze past Mexinix with this being, this lost soul of sorts, and take it to the top.
It is completely limp at this point, Deshane. There's now a hole in its head from Valisor.
It's a corrupt soul.
And it doesn't seem to move.
There is no helping it. It would have struggled all of its days on this stairs. The only mercy we can give it is by killing it now.
I'm just gonna walk down and then stop next to Mixinix. And I'm gonna put my hand on your shoulder, Mixie. And then I'm gonna step forward and keep walking.
I follow after, stiffly.
As you are walking, you all hear something start to move behind you. as it continues to pull itself up the stairs.
I paid no mind and continue forward.
Right, when you get to the bottom, the lemur points at the running water you see, which is not deep enough, or really, it's more like a stream right now, but it points at it and then looks directly at you, Valisor, and then points at it again repeatedly.
You have earned your existence for now. Leave. Before I change my mind.
It doesn't get the chance, because right after you finish saying you have earned your existence for now, it shivers, and its skin immediately hardens and solidifies and morphs until all you see is just kind of this cocoon sitting there.
Yeah, I stomp it out.
It's dusty and gross inside.
They evolve. That is how you create stronger demons. They go from one to the next stage and become more powerful. You would be doing all of existence the favor by stomping out cocoons like that.
Right, you guys have now found water, running water.
Okay.
Which direction are you following the water? Upstream or downstream?
I'm just gonna stand at the water's edge for a second, looking both ways. And then I'm going to 2-finger whistle across, like, into...
It's not actually a river-sized, it's more like a stream-sized water flow right now that you're standing at. But this is where the lemur pointed at. This is apparently Styx.
Then I guess follow it upstream. Well,
I'm gonna yell out. Karen? Is that his name?
Mm-hmm. Karen.
Karen. We need passage.
Roll percentage die for me, Valisor.
while you do that, I'm going to go grab another adult beverage, because I'm out.
49.
Yeah. You do not get a response back, but there is a mysterious pull that you suddenly feel. And it isn't pulling you upstream, it's pulling you downstream. However, that is when you notice downstream doesn't feel down, it feels up.
I'm gonna bend down and kind of put my hand in the water for a moment.
It doesn't feel like water.
Warning, before we continue. The Roomba is mapping out the house, so it has to be allowed in this room, so I'm going to be muted for most of this time, so...
Okay.
If I go unmuted and it's like, wah, in the background, sorry.
I will look at Maxine Deshane and say, follow the souls. And start heading downstream. Following the souls.
Yeah. As you guys are going, the river, which it really doesn't currently look like a river, it looks like a stream. It does start to get thicker and pick up, which Mixie Nix and Valisor and Deshane, the three of you would notice seems a little weird. How water would normally flow is that if you would follow it downstream, it would normally seem like it would get smaller unless it was being added to by other eddies or rivers or whatnot. However, this one has nothing adding to it. However, the further downstream, which feels up, you go, the bigger it gets. Until eventually you get to a part of it which looks like it would be big enough for a boat, and you can see currently sitting on this river is a large, flat, black, barge-like boat, big enough to fit roughly about 5 people on it. And currently standing on the back of it is a very, very tall figure in full plate armor. Sans the helmet. Instead of a helmet, it has a hood to a large black cloak pulled over what you can only see as skeletal features. Standing there in one hand is a very long and large scythe. And it looks directly at you, Valisor. And you all hear booming, not just in your ears, but also in your minds. Where can I take you?
I have no idea.
It gestures sort of vaguely around it. This doesn't seem like a place you should be.
It is not.
What do you seek?
Goatrid.
Goat.
I have business with Goatrid.
The entity lifts its scythe and slams it once down on the barge, and you all feel as much as you see and hear the reverberation. And then silence for a moment. And then I need you all to make a perception roll.
$22.
Rolled double
Sorry,
12
you're-
for 17.
You're still muted, Deshane.
13.
13. So 17, 13, 22. All right. Deshane, you don't notice this right off the bat, but the other two do. There is someone very rapidly running down the river, on the river specifically. Kind of looks like the upper half of it, up until you see the neck, is the body of a man, a very thick, muscular man. But the head itself looks like a goat's head, horns and all, and the feet are hooved with what looks like a pointy tail. And it's running down the river at a quick rate. It is roughly about Deshane's height. When it gets to the boat, it jumps on top of the boat and it kind of bleats something in Infernal. So for those of you who understand Infernal, it says to Charon, you called!
You are Gertrude.
It kind of looks from Charon over to you, Valisor, then back to Charon, and then back over to you, Valisor. Yes!
I'm Valisor Leod, the Undying of Horror, Plane Walker, and Destroyer of all that is impure and unholy. Make peace with what gods you have, for you are about to die. And I risked my chain gun and I started blasting.
And then I started blasting!
blasting!
As soon as his chain gun starts whirring and starts releasing bullets, the entity looks over at Charon, and all of you notice kind of on its face is just a look of betrayal. Yeah, roll your attack, Valisor.
I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages because I'm sick of not understanding.
Okay.
Ritual cast.
Ritual cast. Which, as you are casting
Go
that,
be 17.
17 to hit. Yeah, that hits.
Wasn't in the thing. I rolled a 4 on that d8. Well, not d4. A 4 on that d4. So that's 5.
Ouch. Valsor's machine gun go burr.
When the gun starts, I just go, oh fuck.
That is going to be at 23 points.
22 points. All right, for all of you, the bullets look like they unerringly hit their mark perfectly.
I'm... For points, I'm aiming for his knees, his elbows. Things to incapacitate him. I'm not trying to kill him.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have arms or legs anymore because you just blew those off.
That's unfortunate.
And like I said, they were unerringly accurate shots, even to the point that you, Valsor, think that maybe you weren't the only one guiding those shots. At which Charon slams his scythe down on the boat again, and the now screaming and writhing body of this goat man suddenly goes quiet as you see silence being cast around his mouth. And a skeletal hand, well, you wouldn't be skeletal, it'd be gloved at this point. A gloved hand comes up and lifts the being and then deposits it on the shore in front of you, Velasor. You can see that its wounds are not currently bleeding.
I walk over, pick him up by the throat, cast Cure Wounds.
How much do you heal him by?
12?
Jeez.
Apparently I'm a good healer. I want to see the blood kind of stop flowing for a bit. I'll look at him. Have I made my point clear?
The goat man just kind of chokes around your hand, and his eyes just bulge at you, and then he nods vigorously.
I will put him back on the ground, leaning up against the boat.
That would be putting him in the water, which is too deep to properly do that.
Then I'll grab hold of the chest scruff or somewhere inside there. If I have to dislocate a rib and hold him up by that, I will. And hold him just enough up from the river. Where is he? Agrute. Where is he?
He hides in the caverns of the canyon.
Where is the canyon?
Charon waves his hand up the river Styx, essentially. The river runs through it.
Do you know exactly where he is?
No.
Charon. Does the tide come in on this river?
Do not expect the river Styx to act like a river. No. The tide does not come in.
I look back at Gotrid. Then your suffering will be less than what it's worth. And lower him down.
Dishin, you're muted.
Sorry. As you're lowering him down, I'm gonna say, 1 second. Quick question. Ask him. The pit fiend, Richard, is the last name you go by start with the letter F?
Are you gonna repeat that
Yeah,
too?
repeat that question, yeah.
You don't understand common, oddly enough. He gives you, Valasor, a confused look, and then he looks over at you, Dishin, and gives you a confused look, and then he looks back at you, Valasor, and he says, "You're gonna kill me anyway. I'm not telling you shit."
So assuming that for a second here that I've dislocated a rib for this, I will twist and break the rib. Like,
he screams in pain.
But I could make it so much worse.
Mixinix, you feel that pain. Not specifically a dislocating rib, but you do feel this being in pain. Yeah, he kind of looks directly at you, Valasor, and he goes, "No amount of pain you bring me will deliver me from the pain I would feel from giving you the answer to that question."
Is this not your home plane? Are you
I
going
would
to be...
rather die.
You will go
Is he
into...
refusing?
I look back as you hear another rib snap. Yes.
More pain.
Then that answers my question. Kill him.
The faceplate at the bottom opens up, and there is a big smile across my face as I begin to lower him down.
Charon watches this whole time, and as he gets submerged under the water, all of you suddenly see it's like his flesh suddenly starts to peel off of him. Not drowning for sure. Whatever is happening, his bits and pieces of his body are being pulled downstream, which is technically up. Until you are holding on to just a rib cage, a broken rib cage, Valasor. As the remains of this demon were just pulled up the river Styx.
I will take his skull, but leave the rest.
Yeah, you didn't get the chance to grab his skull. It was pulled up the river Styx. You hold on to the...
If I could, I would
ribcage.
like to have been holding on to his skull instead,
Okay,
because
fair,
that was
you
something
can
I
have the
wanted.
ribcage instead.
I don't want the ribcage, I
You can
want the
have the
skull.
ribcage instead.
Okay.
Or sorry, you can have the skull instead. One or the other, not both. Unless you want to use
I would have the
two
skull.
hands, but you only have one. Alright, perfect. So you have the skull. Charon gives this kind of satisfied laugh.
I don't suppose you'd be able to bring me another.
No, that one owed me. And now he has paid.
Good.
You desire passage to the canyon?
Yes.
He slams his scythe down on his boat again, and all three of you suddenly find yourself standing on his boat. And he looks down at you, Valasor, and he says, "Payment has already been paid." And then the boat starts to move.
If you have any soul coins, you'll have 12 more.
Charon kind of chuckles and he goes, "Old and outdated. Unfortunately, such economies within hell fell apart. Now,
Pity.
payment is in favors." Yeah, he's going to take you guys on a magic boat ride for about an hour.
Mixie
Where
makes
it
the point
goes,
to be
one
nowhere
knows.
near Valisor.
I'm
Nowhere near
also
Valisor.
actually very avoiding Mixie.
Two of you are avoiding each other on a boat that fits 5 people.
Sorry for the noise,
That'll
but
have
as we're on this boat ride, I'm smoking my cigarette. I'm just looking at Mixie, and then looking at Alisor, and then looking at Mixie, and then trying to figure out what's going on between the two.
Karen just stoically pushes the boat along.
She's probably placed herself by him. She is curious. She doesn't want to talk. She's chock full of questions, but she doesn't want to say a damn thing. Until she does.
Yeah, by the way, he does seem like an oddly warm entity within this very dark, evil, warmer than it was, but still cold area.
Do we all owe you a favor?
No. As you guys are going, the boat ride takes you across a couple different locations. One of them ends up being quite a bit warmer than the rest, but seems more like a tropical jungle than anything. The whole ride, you see no sign of any sun, no sign of any sky, no real top to this cave either, to be honest. Actually, now that you think about it, you haven't seen the top of this cave since you got here. That's how tall this area has been. Even in these small hole opening cavern areas that you'd gone through, the top seemed out of sight. And going through this jungle area, you guys start to hear whispers. And as you would go through, little wisps of mist and what seemed like almost like smoke or something, every time you go through them, those whispers would get slightly louder. And what they'd be talking about the whole time you guys are going through this forest, what they'd be talking about is whispers of he that broke free. The feats of absolute perfection. The what is it called? Possessions that he that broke free did, and the demons that fell in his path. But you don't get much more than that, really. Just varying whispers of that. Before the forest seems to break away to more rock wall that pulls back, and the river widens, and you see shoreline on the side and massive rock walls that just go all the way up. And Charon just bumps his scythe on the boat again, and the boat comes to a halt. And he says, "The canyon."
Do you know where my quarry lies?
He looks around. Roll a percentage die for me.
80.
80. He slowly shakes his head and says, "These are the beginnings of the pits. I have not traveled the pits myself, as there are no rivers that go through them. But the canyon here, if you climb to the top, you will see which direction the pits are. I don't suggest going there, though. Just knowing that it would be the closest point to the pits and the canyon that your quarry will lie."
I get out of the boat and start walking.
All of you notice that when Valisor gets out of the boat, he's not on the shore or anything, but Valisor, you do actually walk on the river, not in the river. With ease.
Tip my hat. Get off. Extend a hand for Mixie.
Grabs it, nods it.
He will nod back, and then as you're walking away to Shane, he will look at you and he goes, "Now that you are here, he is watching you.
I know
Be
he is.
wary."
With souls, because that's all that's available. There ain't no water down here.
I take that to heart. We have to avoid the pits, guys.
Yeah, just a heads up to
You
Shane.
guys-
That's probably where we're going to end up, so.
Oh, that's a big oof on that. Just has to
big
Shane.
You guys find
definitely the
yourself
pits.
on a shoreline with a canyon around you. You do see that there seems to be an easy enough path upward in this canyon that you could traverse, but there will be moments where you do have to do some climbing.
Okay. We traverse.
You do also notice a lot of caverns poking out of the canyon.
I'm going to keep my eye out for any kind of disturbances around any cabin entrances of any kind. People coming in and out, any kind of life forms around them, footprints, all that wonderfulness.
Okay. Make a perception roll for me if you'd like, since I know your survival's terrible.
I'm gonna go passive.
Passive.
Yeah. 17.
And if you'd like to be looking out as well, Mixinix, go ahead and make a perception as well.
The one time I needed to make a really good perception roll, I didn't.
Dun dun dun.
13.
Yeah, I'll do it.
13. Oh, tits.
21.
21.
Roll for tits. Oh, I got a natural 1.
Oh no. Yeah. You don't notice any activity at the entrances of the caverns. Specifically you, Mixinix. You would smell. There's probably something living nearby that smells pretty rancid. Maybe a couple things living nearby that smell pretty rancid. And they would be that smell would be coming from a lot of the different openings. Deshane, with your 17, you don't really see much of anything, but you do see that easy way up, easy-ish way up, mostly easy way up. And you all do also notice there's a lot of those wretches just standing on ledges or standing around. A couple of them are actually on the beach with you, but they don't pay you guys any mind at all.
Hey, Pip? Do you think
Yes?
it has to be a wolf?
What were you thinking?
A bird.
Roll a Constitution save.
Dirty 20.
30. You feel like he is trying, but his response afterward is wings. But I'll keep trying.
I had a feeling. I think when I lost mine, I lost flight.
You do suddenly feel some warmth coming from your scars. Alright, what would the rest of you like to be doing now then?
I'm waiting for, even though I'm somehow the de facto leader all of a sudden, I'm going to wait for Valisor to make a decision on what he wants to do next. Because this is his fight, and I will help him along the way best I can.
I'm just gonna keep looking for evidence of entrances into caves. There's too many to search every single one, so.
The caves, you notice, if there is activity, it's old activity specifically from this direction. And you yourself would not notice the stench because it's not actually strong enough for you to notice. But the caves are going to, at the moment, not lead you anywhere. You do see that climb, though.
Is that the only way to move? We were told not to climb.
No, he said if you wanted to find your quarry, you would have to climb.
Oh!
So that you could see the point of where the pits
misunderstood
meets
that.
the canyon.
Then yes. I'll go that way.
Oh, there you go.
Right. Keep an eye out as we walk.
Or climb, rather. I'm not going to make you do any climb checks for this because
Climb
this
checks
portion,
is-
this portion of this canyon is actually pretty easy to climb. However, as you guys are climbing, you are going to notice something. Specifically, right in front of you, Mixie Nix, one of those kind of pale greenish wisps of whatever suddenly forms out of the rock in front of you. It seems to regard you for a moment. No visible features or face area to see, really, but you do get the feeling that it is regarding you. And then all of you, except for Mixinix, see this. Mixinix, you feel it more than anything. But it's almost like someone takes something sticky and touches you with it and then tries to pull away. But to your soul, specifically. The rest of you, what you see is this thing, it kind of looks like it tries to go into Mixinix and then pulls away and then moves off. And Mixinix, you see it pull away from you and move off to another one of those wretches. And it kind of seeps into the wretch. And the wretch goes from leaning against the rock wall, just going to... And it slowly turns around and looks at you, Mixinix. Its pale eyes, and it goes... You're like her. She's so beautiful. And then it just kind of walks off the ledge
Ooh,
and falls into the river. Yeah, you guys will climb for another, like, 45 minutes before another one of those happens. This time it's not close enough to turn and talk to you guys or anything, but you do see another wretch suddenly straighten up and just walk right off the ledge down into the river. You just occasionally notice this. Sometimes they'll just act lucidly, but destroy themselves in the process. Deshane, as you are climbing, there is a portion where you guys do get close to one of the caves. If you would like, you can, and this would be easiest for you, Deshane, because of how you are climbing. You can actually scoot over and get into the mouth of this cave and take a look around.
Definitely will. One gun drawn with a nat 20 for my perception. The only nat 20, because I only roll high for perception ever, to a total of 27.
Very nice. Yeah, there are bones in this cave. That doesn't seem too terribly odd from where you came from, but these are actually the first set of bones you've noticed in a while. They're humanoid, so you think maybe it could have been a human. Two eyes, normal human-like bone features on the skull. Not too large, but on the wall behind it, where it's leaning, you do see that eye.
I'm just going
Drawing of
immediately
that eye.
pink and fire off a shot right in the center of that fucking thing.
It was glowing red, but the moment you shoot it, it ceases to glow and it shatters the rock, and there's no real descript way of seeing that drawing anymore.
Fuck you, cousin, I say under my breath, and then I call out to the rest of the group that seems clear.
I never stopped.
All right. You guys will go for about 30 more minutes, then you get to the top. You are reaching that point where you start feeling like you're getting exhausted, but you don't quite get there when you get to the top. But you do notice that it is significantly hotter up here. And then when you turn to regard the landscape, it is kind of shocking. You do now see something that resembles a sky. It's not above you. It's above what you see to be an endless plain of holes in the ground. Endless plain. It starts probably 30 miles from where you're currently sitting, and yes, it is so clear to see all of this. That is how far you can see. But it starts about 30 miles from where you are currently standing. You do see a point further down the canyon where the canyon almost seems to touch these holes. The sky above it is just swirling masses of clouds. And then when you take a little bit of a closer look, you notice that some of those are not actually clouds, but masses of beings flying around. And then you do also notice that on the surface, above all these holes, there are a lot of moving beings. Too far for you to really be able to get a description of what they are, but there are beings everywhere, moving around the tops of the pits. Behind you is the cavern of the canyon, and then more plains, which kind of breaks to rolling, pale, white grass as far as the eye can see. But the canyon itself is a good almost mile wide.
Quick experiment. So you said there's no sky above us, technically?
Yeah, above you specifically.
Okay, never mind.
That you can
I won't
tell.
try that until later. Yeah, I'm gonna try and find that location
Yeah, it is
we were told of.
further down the canyon, not too far. And nothing to see over there. There doesn't seem to be too much moving around. You do see occasionally a thing pop up and disappear at the top of the pits nearby the canyon.
There's our heading, I say, pointing to it.
I start walking.
Avoid the pits. Remember, we don't need that kind of heat.
Don't need that kind of heat. Alright,
So walk past
as
there's
you
a
guys...
gentle from my armor as the fans on the inside are cooling me down.
Alright. Alright, as you guys go, you will notice a couple more of these wretches along the way, and then you'll get to a point where you see this incredibly massive being, and by massive I mean like fat rolls massive, being just rolling itself around, grabbing anything within range that it can eat and stuffing it in its mouth. It doesn't seem like it's in your way at the moment, and it hasn't noticed you guys, but it does look like it's eating everything and anything, and you do actually see it pick up one of the wretches and shove him in its mouth.
Steer clear of that thing, of that big beastie.
Are you guys going to be stealthy about it?
Yeah, I guess. I say as I roll at disadvantage while I go ching, ching, ching across the plane of hell.
I'll give you guidance.
You?
$12.
12.
Oh, thank God. I think I got guidance. 19.
19. Mixie Nix?
23.
23. Alright, so Mixie Nix and Deshane, you both managed to stay quiet enough. However, Valisor, as you are moving, this thing suddenly stops and turns and looks directly at you, gauges you, grunts, and then continues to roll around picking up other things, moving away from you. You look like you're made of metal.
I'm a metal boy.
Yeah, you guys are going to get to this point. You do see sitting on a rock near the canyon is what you could only describe as being an imp, but gray in color and slightly taller and longer. It is just sitting on the rock with its wings kind of closed up on its back, and it's looking across the canyon at the waving, rolling plains of grass, not paying you guys any heed. There is also a cave entrance nearby, which Valisor, since you have been looking out for it, you would notice this one is probably more frequented, certainly more frequented than all the rest you've passed.
Is that grey impling thingy guarding the cave entrance?
You are unsure. It has not made any notice of you at all, or seems to not have noticed you.
By the cave entrance?
It is relatively close, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's guarding the cave entrance, but it is close to the cave entrance.
I'm gonna ignore it and go straight for the cave entrance.
Alright.
Same.
I'm gonna sit and watch what happens.
Alright. Mixie Nix, you'll see this. The other two of you as you walk by, watching the imp thing, I take it? Or except for Valisor. Valisor, you said you're ignoring it.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to keep an eye on it, Deshane?
My helmet's keeping an eye on it, but I'm
yeah.
paying
I
attention
mean, of
to
course,
the
I'm gonna
entrance.
keep an eye on it.
Its eyes look first at Valisor and then at you, Deshane, as you walk by. And Mixie Nix, you see its head also turning as the two of them walk by, as it just kind of watches them. And then it turns and looks at you, and you kind of just get this questioning look in its eye.
I shrug at it.
Seems to settle a little more and then goes back to looking across the canyon.
Do you understand Common?
Yes.
That's a first. How are you doing?
It's a lovely day.
Is it?
He looks down at you, his eyes kind of half closed. Yeah.
Are you standing guard?
No.
Cool. I'm Nyx.
Nyx. Like the goddess?
Spelt the same, not the same person, no.
Oh. Oh. That's unfortunate. She hasn't been seen in a millennia or two. Are they just gonna go in there?
Do you know what's in there?
Yeah, some rude dudes and a couple meanies.
Do you know any of their names?
Demons typically aren't too forthcoming with their names. I mean, others are forthcoming with their names when they know it, but I'm just a lowly imp.
That's fair. Pulls out some meat from her bag. Hungry?
His eyes suddenly get really big, and he goes and reaches out and kind of just daintily pulls it from you, and
It's
and
raw,
he
but that's it.
very calmly eats it. I haven't had meat in millennia.
By millennia or two? Do you mean like in between 1 and 2?
Sure. He finishes up your piece of meat. The other two, I take it you just go into the cave?
Sure do.
All right. Inside the cave, you see a lot of drawings on the wall. Several of them, Deshane, are those eyes, and they are glowing red.
I'm just standing there like, oh god.
You do also notice a couple other similar designed drawings that glow a different color. And in a couple positions, it almost looks like someone had used these two different eye drawings as a tic-tac-toe kind of game, where you see the lines, and then each eye seems to signify a different player. The red one won. The color of the other one's glow is kind of a purplish color.
While
You
looking,
seem to find it familiar.
purple, you said?
Yeah.
While I'm looking at it, though, I'm gonna say, you know, it was always the idle nature of evil that really bothered me. I'd say while looking at this tic-tac-toe game.
But without skipping a step, I simply say, then this shouldn't bother you.
I say, looking up.
I'm still walking.
Mixinix.
I
Get
pull out
back
my
to you.
sketches. First one is of Smasher. Have you seen this guy?
Huh. No. know, and I saw someone who looked like him a year or two back.
What was he doing? Collecting things.
Yes. Souls, specifically.
Turns the page. Picture of Deluna. Seen her?
No. But it is oddly familiar.
What are the things that, like, come out and, like, take over and make them fall off the edge?
Remnants of he that broke free.
Who is he that broke free?
A long time before my time, hell was used as a dumping ground for the trash of the multiverse. A lot of the times it would be people who found their way to getting their souls rescued by some entity only to find themselves here. That's why the River Styx exists. And eventually our plane of existence started to become legends in different places. And we started getting considered a prison. Until finally there were several gods that started to treat it as a prison. And you ended up having individuals like Hades down here, ruling at times. But the worst time ever was the goddess's time. While she ruled, the Red Goddess specifically, while she ruled, there was an entity that came to reside within hell against its will, his will specifically. And he found a way to possess demons. And through that, he found a way to break out of hell and destroy all the things that had made it a prison. So everyone started to refer to him as he that broke free.
But there's no name for he who broke free.
Well, none that any can remember, no. It's been many full universal cycles since then.
And what happened of this red goddess?
She still vies for power. Like all of them do now.
All of who?
Those that once ruled.
Is she... Forgive me for my ignorance on proper terms for demons and their titles and whatnot. Is she an incubus?
No. Many of her daughters are succubi.
Do any of her daughters... Do you know about books made of flesh?
He seems to stop breathing and just kind of stares at you. His eyes slowly getting wider and wider.
I've held a book of flesh before.
He kind of pushes himself up the rock further away from you.
What does it mean? Who carries these books of flesh? What
The
bullet did I
Necronomicon
dodge?
Ex Mortis. Sorry. The Book of the
There
Dead.
are a couple out there. And
This one
none
tried
of
to
them
bite
are
me.
good.
No harm
Tried.
ever came from reading a book.
Okay, tried.
I didn't.
Yeah, he seems to relax.
No, and I just make my claws a little bit longer. Can't bite me.
Count yourself lucky.
Who carries these books?
The rich and powerful of hell. One of them's owned by the Red Goddess. That one's not the bitey type, though. Meanwhile, in the cave, as you guys are going, you start to get to a point where you can hear some commotion up ahead. It sounds a lot like pickaxes hitting stone. And eventually you find yourselves coming out into an opening, which opens out further into what you can only assume is one of the thousands of pits in the pits. And all up and down this wall, you see varying different types of demons, humanoids, peoples, dwarves, elves, halflings, every type of person you can imagine currently working and swinging a pickaxe, chained to whoever's next to them. Unending toil as they chip away at the stone walls of this pit.
I'm gonna tap Valisaur's arm. When he turns, I'm gonna point to where Mexinix should be.
I actually don't turn.
Okay, I look up at Valisaur like waiting, and then I'm gonna...
I never stop. I just keep walking.
You're unfortunately going to have to stop actually at a point because it just drops into the pit. And you are standing currently at an opening. Down below you is a ledge that holds 3 individuals. One of them is a dwarf, 2 of them are elves. They're not talking to each other. They don't even look like they have the capacity to talk to each other. They are just swinging their pickaxe. You see a couple flying things around, just making circles. One of them does notice you and starts making its way towards you.
I'm gonna say this time, Valisaur, we need to find Mexinix.
Then hurry.
I'm gonna close my eyes and take a deep breath and exhale slowly, and then I'm gonna turn around and walk back to the entrance.
All right, Valisaur, as he walks away, this flying entity comes up and flies up to you. You notice now she's got the head of what seems to be some kind of bird-like creature. However, when her beak clacks, you can see that there are sharp teeth and an almost human-like tongue on the inside. Her hands end in sharp claws, and her feet end in almost identical sharp claws. Her wings, they are feathered, but you notice they seem more like scaly, dragon-like wings with feathers layered on top of them. She flaps in front of you for a moment and then says in Infernal, do you speak Infernal?
Yes. I've been
Yes,
speaking
I
in
keep
Infernal
asking you
this
that, and you
whole
keep
time. I'm the only one who does.
Yes. Naturally. She will say in Infernal, you're not one of the things that belongs here.
Where is Agrute?
She flaps back several flaps, and she goes, why do you want Agrute?
The business I have with Agrute is none of yours, filth. Where is Agrute? And my barrel, at this point, it's It's facing down still, but it begins to burr.
She hisses at you, and then you hear her screech. And then the other flying ones all turn and start flying towards you. And she goes, "Any business you have with Agute, you can take up with us when you're dead." And then she'll dive at you. Roll for initiative.
If I could I do any intimidation checks at all?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Everything's going great, guys. Folks at home,
Oh, it's going
everything's
wonderful.
gonna be fine.
This is gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. Nah, 10.
Yeah, she's not
wanted to see.
intimidated by you.
Just
If you'd rolled a nat 20, I would have taken back what I was doing and been like, okay, reverse that. They're not very intimidated though, or easily
fine.
intimidated. Yeah, roll for initiative.
Shall we go on break?
Yeah, let's
Yes,
go on break
please.
before
For
we
the love of
actually
God.
do initiative.
Yes. We're gonna do that first.
I have to pee my entire bladder out.
So do I. Not as bad as last
It's
week,
going
but
to
I still have to
invert.
pee. We'll be back in 10, everyone.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists, forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her. Oh my god. And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Night Bane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
Well, it's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
Oh no. This is dental
it's-
hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh, love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
where he's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off. Unplug your. Nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind. Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straight
that
forward. Straight forward. Straight forward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left.
Yeah. Now
right
straight forward. Right in that nook. Right in that nook. Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ! What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
We're good. You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I
you
think
have
that's
to
what
do.
that is. These are germs.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Satyr tots.
Let's go talk to Brolog. I got some
Satyr tots.
satyr tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hoogilapid. All right, well, Brolog will embrace my handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not.
Oh,
Jesus.
No.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Closer to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
And we're back.
Okay.
With initiative.
Oh, fuck.
From Valisor. Because
and
Deshane
Valisor alone.
Yep, because Deshane ran to go get Mixie Nix, and these bird things don't like Valisor looking for Agrote.
That's a dirty 20.
Oh, nice. You got higher than they did. So you go first. There's 3 of them, by the way. At the moment.
I should have made a pot of coffee when I got back home today at like 4. Should have made a pot of coffee. Gosh darn it.
Thanks to Drown Out
All right.
Arts and their amazing face, I have coffee currently going right now. So.
Yes, Drow was very,
Where's my
very
coffee
kind and sent
maker?
coffee.
Where's my coffee maker?
No, it's a coffee package for the vlog. It was amazing. The joy I was filled with and continue to be filled with. Anyway.
Right, so paint me a picture.
You've got one right in front of you, long clawed hands and long clawed hand feet. Feminine body, not pretty. Beaked face, teeth, human-like tongue, wings that are leathery but feathered. There are 3 of them. 1 is directly in front of you. 2 of them are coming from the flanks. You do see more out there, but these are the only 3 currently addressing you. The one that is in front of you is about 5 feet in front of you, so if you have a melee weapon, you can actually hit her with it, like your fists.
Okay.
Just be careful, you are on a ledge.
Yep.
They are over open space.
Yeah. I am going to use my bonus action to click my boots of speed together, turn those on.
Nice.
So my movement is now 60 feet. I will then hold my action. For the last
what are
one
you
to
going
attack
for?
me, when they attack, the last one attacks me, I'm going to punch.
Okay. So, anything else? No, you held your action.
No, holding action, but I use my bonus action, so. And then I will not move. Actually, no.
Yeah.
I'll take 10 feet back. 10 steps back.
Oh, 10 feet back into the cave. Because that's the only direction you can go.
Just so I'm
perfect.
not along the edge completely.
Yeah. She is going to attempt an attack of opportunity.
Go for it.
What's your AC?
28.
Doesn't matter, she missed. And then on her turn, she's going to fly into the cave and attack you. And miss again. And miss again. And again. Wow, she missed you 3 times. The other 2 will now dive in and use all their movement to get up to you and attack only once. And they both miss. I cannot roll high enough to hit you. I haven't rolled above a 15.
Good. As
Yeah,
soon
that's their
as
turn.
the last one attacks, they hear me say in Infernal, my turn. And I punch one.
Your punch. On the last one.
Nah, I don't think that hits. No, that's only an 11.
Yeah, that does not unfortunately hit.
Perfect. Okay. I have a
Though
follow
they
through.
don't look like they're wearing armor.
I have a follow through for when my turn comes around, but
It is now your turn.
okay. As soon as the fist flies past and misses, I'll follow through with the movement, take 5 feet, try to get all 3 of them within 15 feet of each other, and cast Thunder Wave. So hopefully...
They're all right next to each other right now, so you can easily do this.
My hope is I'm behind them, so if they fail their save, they're getting pushed 10 feet into the cave.
Okay.
Away from the ledge.
You can do that.
Okay. They need to all... Con saves. DC 16.
What's this? 16. So one of them does save, but the other two failed.
Okay, the other two are pushed 10 feet away from me. And the one
Further into the cave.
Further into the cave. Now that's just pissy papa cuckoo. The ones that failed take 3 points of thunder damage.
Whoa.
The one that succeeded takes 1 point. I rolled a 1 and a 2. I'm just going to take both these d8 and put them in the trader jar, because that was rubbish.
Evil dice.
Evil
Doo-doo
dice.
poo-poo caca.
Doo-doo poo-poo caca.
But you did push 2 of them further into the cave now. And that was loud enough for you other two to hear it with ease.
And then I will action surge.
Okay.
And I do not have... I will take another 5 feet step back, so I'm not in melee range of the one that's in front of me.
You're 5 feet from the ledge now.
Okay. And
because of your positioning, that one's actually not going to take its attack of opportunity.
okay. Then I will... That's going to be at least 10 feet of movement so far. No, at least 15 feet of movement so far. I'm going to shoot at it. Pull up the chain gun and... Brrr, the one right in front of me.
Perfect.
Aha! Much better. 17.
That hits.
This D4 loves me. It's another 4.
Oh, that D4 does like you, so that's 5 shots.
I will pump my fire rune into this, so it's going to take 2 additional D6 of fire damage and needs to give me a strength saving throw DC 16.
It failed its strength save.
Okay, it is bound in that place and will continue to take fire damage at the start of each of its turn, and at the end of its turn it can make another strength saving throw to try to break out. For damage-wise on the goon... quick clarification, am I adding my intelligence or dex to this?
I believe we said your intelligence.
Intelligence? Okay. That would be 25 points of damage then. It's piercing damage.
How much of it was fire?
None of that's fire so far. That's all.
Okay,
that's all the gun.
Piercing. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
The fire damage is 7 points of fire damage.
You notice this immediately. That fire damage seems to regenerate it.
Well, that's problematic. Now I know.
Yes, now you know. And it was just the fire rune. And it was not more than the amount of damage you did, so...
Okay, cool. I will then move past that one that's now restrained with the fire stuff and move into the middle between all 3 of them.
So you are now about 15 feet in.
Yes. Which I have
Perfect.
plenty of movement to do.
Yes, because you only moved about 15 feet in the first place. Alright, and that's it for you.
Yep.
They're going to get a turn, and I'm going to ask the other two how they'd like to respond. They are...
Start of the turn, the one that's in the fire shackles takes 5 points of fire damage, so probably regenerate it. That is an unfortunate
it does
thing to
not
have
make
right
it
now.
safe.
Then it is still
It does not
locked.
make it strength safe.
It's a DC 15, by the way. This falls a
Yeah,
different
I
DC.
rolled a 2 on the die.
Oh, come on, man. Save.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 on the die.
Yeah, okay. The other 2 get to act, though.
Yes. They are going to turn and attempt to attack you. Slashing their claws of all their hands and feet. So the first one is actually going to get a hit off.
Is it what it rolled?
As I rolled a 29.
29 shield.
Alright, so it does not get its shot off. That one is a 31. So it's third hit.
No, it doesn't. Shield acts for the entire round.
How much does shield give you? I thought it only gave
5.
you 2.
Gives you 5.
Oh, 5.
My
Never
AC
mind,
is
that
now
doesn't hit.
33 right now.
Oh. Okay, that's interesting. The third one turns and its first attack seems to suddenly stop as you notice a swirl of greenish energy around it. And then it turns and attacks its friend. Okay, finally. Thank you. Jeez. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's something. You see it lash out at its friend, Valisor, and several lacerations break out across its skin. But its eyes are now glowing a kind of palish green color, and it doesn't seem to be acting like it had been earlier. The other two, you heard the thunder wave go off.
I turn to the cave entrance and I'm aiming for Deshane as I cast message in his general direction, just asking, "Are you okay?"
I'm gonna look back at like where I was coming from in the cave when that thunder wave goes off, and then I'm gonna hear that and I'm gonna say, "Well, I'm fine, but I don't know about Valisor. Get in here now." And then knowing that at the very least Nixie Nix is alive, I'm gonna pull my guns and go back the way I came.
Roll initiative. You'll come back on the next turn.
Oh, you bet I will. Let's go. That's a 26. And technically, I can start my round as soon as I'm within 120 feet of a target that's attacking Valisor. So as soon as I see that is what I do, pretty much.
Perfect. Valisor, it will be your turn.
Okay. Just looking at my options. I will now click my boots. Not my boots. What am I talking about? I've already done that, as I was thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say you already have
I don't know why I
that.
said it. I will use my bonus action to do Giant Smite. So I now am large in size. And I will punch the one that does not have the greened out eyes.
So, we...
Now I rolled a 2, so total of 10.
Not quite.
Not quite. Cool. I will use my movement to kind of dance around, try to provoke any attacks of opportunity.
Oh, I see. You're actually trying to force them to attack you.
Why would I do that? I have no companions in range right now. Never mind. I just stay where I'm at.
Okay.
And punch around. But do move around because I'm speedy right now. I'm scared him. That's my turn. Very uneventful.
Right. Yeah, very uneventful, but that's okay. Their turn, the one that has the green mist around it, continues to lash out at its friend. So its friend is going to lash out at it. The one that's currently bound, how much damage does it gain?
Another 5.
Oh, okay. It does break free this time.
That is at the end of the turn.
Yes. You'll be happy to know it only gained 17 health back total.
So it's -7, -8.
No, it's -9 because you did 1 damage to it earlier.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Forgot.
Yeah, it did its turn. So the two attacking each other. One will attack its friend, and ouch, Charlie.
Ouch, Charlie.
Really bad slash. The one that is not currently possessed lashes out at the possessed one, and you see blood go everywhere as it gets a nice hearty hit in. How much total was that? 29. The other one, the one that's possessed, will attempt to attack back and actually hit twice. That's not too bad. Alright, they both do a pretty nice amount of damage to each other. You can see the one that is possessed seems to be only barely hanging on to life. The other one is very badly hurt.
Okay.
Deshane, it's going to be your turn, but first, Mixie Mix. Do you want to do anything more?
Want to walk and talk?
Depends on where you're going.
I'm the healer. I have more meat.
He looks at the cave, then he looks over at you. And he looks over at the cave. And he looks back at you and he goes, I don't know if a healer wants to go in there.
I don't want to go in there. But those two did. And I got told to come in. And I feel like I'm going to need the distraction.
Roll persuasion for me.
I'm actually proficient in this.
Did we just get a Barnaby?
Better give him a ridiculous name.
I rolled a 19 for a total of 25.
Okay. Yeah, he goes, no, alright, fine. For more meat, sure, why not? Jumps off the rock.
Gilligan.
Walk. I'm not running in. I'm walking.
Gulliver or Gilligan, either one.
Yeah, he walks right alongside with you. All right, Deshane, it will be your turn. You are turning to see two heavily bleeding bird ladies with clawed hands and hand feet slashing at each other. It's a cat fight with wings. A big Velosaur, as a bird fight. A big Velosaur, and then another one which seems singed but stronger for it, currently facing Velosaur.
One question for the DM. Are the two injured ones in line?
Not the kind of line you were thinking.
Damn. Okay.
However, you can hit one of them and the one currently facing Velosaur. That is a line that you can do.
Okay. So the weak one first and then the stronger one? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna expend a grit point to do that. I did not have time to reload piercing shots, so the second shot will be at disadvantage, unfortunately. 23 to hit the first one.
It's
20 damage.
Yeah, it obliterates the neck region of this creature. The head is removed from the body and it falls to the ground.
Okay, second shot.
That was the unpossessed one, by the way, Velosaur.
20 to hit.
And that's also going to hit.
Uh, 19 damage.
19 damage.
Okay, third shot and last shot. I will not action surge yet. I know someone like me.
You have You do have two. You have one that looks badly damaged, and then the one you just hit with that piercing shot. So which one are you taking?
I know that Smasher can clean up the one that's pretty injured, so I'm gonna hit the other one.
Smasher.
Smasher.
That
Smasher could.
Smasher
You're right.
could.
Mother.
Oh, yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yes. No.
With ease, Smasher could clean up this other one. But Smasher's not there to do so.
31 to hit.
31? 31 is going to hit.
14 damage on that piercing. Does Silver seem to be doing anything? Not. Shane is going to reload.
You can't particularly tell, but they are taking full damage from what you can tell. And Valisor, this one, you don't hear the gunshots, but you know that's because Deshane had turned his silent song.
Yeah.
You do see the head fall off one of them, and the one facing you suddenly starts to bleed. And then you see it take a heavy hit, and it stumbles and falls to the ground, pretty much dead by the time it reaches the ground.
That was the one facing me?
Yes, that was the one that you had accidentally healed with fire.
So the only one alive then is the possessed one?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else from you, Deshane?
No, I'm just going to keep running up. And I'm going to say as I run up to Valisor, what's the situation?
All right, Valisor, your turn.
Real quick, while he was doing that, I went back through our notes and I've been doing this wrong. I'm supposed to be rolling for each hit.
Right,
yeah,
right.
I remember because we had long discussions and I couldn't.
You
quite
roll
remember,
how many times you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, something's not right with what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's So I will get that right in the future. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Tends to happen
DM forgot
in D&D.
as well. I didn't correct you.
Especially with homebrewed rules, y'all. Because if you don't know, a chain gun, it don't exist in D&D.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Pulled that right out of our butts.
I will, without dropping anything, face the one that's possessed and be like, and say, "Where is Agrute?" Agrute, whatever his name is.
Agrote.
Was that?
Or
it is Agrute.
Agorate.
Agorate?
Yeah, Agorate.
That's how I spell it.
It was something weird.
See, even the DM doesn't remember.
Yeah, Agorate.
Agorate.
It turns its head far too quickly, and both you and Deshane hear an audible snap of its neck. But as its eyes seem to fade from, or life seems to fade from its eyes, you do hear, "Look up!" And then the body falls over.
I point up.
There's a ceiling currently, but right above you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna step closer to the ledge and look up.
There is a ledge that looks like it has a couple of individuals on it. You notice that at least two of these individuals specifically are in fact demons. One of them is a lizard-like demon, tied or chained rather next to the other two individuals, also toiling away, chopping at the stone. However, the only reason why you know this is Agorate is because you now see each of them on the clothing they are wearing has a name. Only the demons do though. None of the other entities have names. They all have numbers, but the demons have names.
Okay, I'm gonna pull my head back and I'm gonna look over at Valisor and say, or I'm gonna ask, "You don't happen to know how to fly, do you?"
Not yet.
Well, we have to get to the ledge above.
I'm going to walk to an area. where the ledge above, the lip of the ledge, is a 5-foot step. So if I was on level playing field of it, I could take a 5-foot step forward and be able to be on the ledge. I'm then going to...
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what you're asking here now.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm going to start ritual casting... hang on.
Oh, God. Oh, God, folks, here we go.
Tensor's floating
Hold on to your
disc.
butts.
So I'm going to start ritual casting Tensor's floating disc. Is that the one? I'm pretty sure I can command that one to float upwards if I wanted. 5 feet disc in unoccupied space, blah, 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 blah. Can hold a lot of weight. It can move on even terrain, da 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 da. Elevating, for example, the disc. As you can move more than...
While he does that, I'm looking back down to find Mexinix.
This one just follows me. Bugger.
Yeah, Tensor's floating disc. I was trying to remember it because that's one of Page Turner's favorite spells.
Yeah.
As you are going through thinking of how to get up there, Valisor, Mixinix, you and the gray imp-like fellow following you and eating meat do actually walk down.
I stop a good 50 feet away from the edge.
Okay.
He said, I don't want to see what's in there, so I'm not going in there.
He stops with you and he goes, yeah, this is probably a good distance. You should probably stay over here.
Looks like
Get
those
too
three are
close now,
dead.
let's see.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
They're not friendly. They're not friendly at all.
How far is the next level?
The next level is about 15 feet above you.
Okay.
It would be essentially the same amount of distance out from the wall as the ledge you are on at this mouth cave entrance. So
Okay.
you can step back and see up and see the 3 individuals currently working on it.
And that's the ledge we need to get to. So
That's the ledge that you now see has Agarate on it, because you can see his name on his outfit. He is a lizard-looking demon.
Oh.
He is currently chained to two other individuals, one of which is also a demon, toiling away.
He's chained to people.
Yep.
Cool, yeah, I cast Misty Step and I end up right next to him.
Valisor suddenly disappears. Right, Valisor, you're right next to him. He doesn't seem to turn and look at you. None of them do. They just continue to swing their pickaxe at the wall. Which, by the way, is doing absolutely nothing to the wall.
Figured. Yeah. Unless anyone has anything else.
I'm gonna look at Mixinix, having seen her, and I'm gonna look at the imp and go. And then he's gonna go, whoa! I'm just gonna go.
I'm not dying for him.
I'm just gonna go. Ah, and then start rolling a cigarette. that's what I'm doing.
The imp fellow kind of shivers his wings a little bit, then reaches under his arm and from his wing pulls a long wooden pipe and just starts pulling on it, smoke coming out of it slowly.
So, do you have a name or do I get to name you?
All demons have names, but whether or not we give them to you, that's the question. No, I'm not giving you my name.
Cool, you're Bartleby.
Bartleby.
Bartleby, this is Deshane. Deshane, this is Bartleby. He's chill. It's the other one that went poof that you got to be a little weary of. Stay behind me.
Barnaby takes a step back and then takes a step to the side so that he's behind Mixinix. He is taller than Mixinix, by the way.
Oh, absolute. Everything's taller than Mixinix.
Yeah. He's quite a bit taller. Valisor. Or Deshane, did you want to do anything else?
I'm waiting.
Okay, Valisor.
I'm gonna grab whatever clothes he's wearing, spin him to the point where he's facing and kind of grab where his name is. Agrute.
His eyes suddenly come into focus, and the pickaxe that he was holding suddenly drops to the ground as his one of his massive hands grasps yours, and he looks directly at you.
The helmet flows back. Do you remember me?
Suffering.
More.
Eternal.
More.
He leans in even closer.
Screams. Endless.
Where are they?
Follow the light of the beam that glows red.
Would you like an end to your suffering?
His eyes seem to start losing focus.
There is no end.
He reaches down and picks up the pickaxe, moving around your arm so that even if you're still grabbing his thing, it gets taut, but picks up his pickaxe nonetheless and attempts to go back to working.
Not for you. Your suffering will never end. Then I'm gonna jump down.
My coffee never actually went.
That's unfortunate.
That's weird.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I will figure it out. I was like, I probably have cold coffee now. No, it never actually went. So, yay me! I don't have cold coffee. Woo! Blessing in disguise. All right.
You're gonna have coffee at 10 o'clock.
Yes, I'm going to have a coffee at 10 o'clock. Yeah. So you jump down. The rest of you see Valisor jump down from the ledge. And Valisor, you actually see a tall, gray, imp-looking individual with wings standing behind Mixinix, pulling at a wooden pipe. At least it looks wooden.
I pull out my vaporizer.
Real quick from my notes, what is this imp's name again?
Bartleby.
Bartleby.
Ah. How did you get so much smoke out of something that's not on fire?
I have a destination. And I start walking towards the cave entrance.
He watches you walk by.
I'm gonna look at the imp, and I'm gonna drag my cigarette and say, "Trust me, it doesn't taste as good as the real thing." And then you can follow in behind.
He watches the shameless man, then he looks down at you next and he goes, "It's not about the taste. It's about the image." And then when he breathes out from this pool, it looks almost exactly like Valisaur's, all this smoke billowing out. And then as it fades away, he's actually gone. Did you just get another lollipop, or is that the same one?
It's the same one.
Okay. I totally thought you had finished it already.
See,
anyway.
I can't do that with lollipops because my brain it does the bird thing. You know, the 1, a 2, a 3, and then I just end up starting crunching into it.
A 1, a 2, a
3. Yeah. 5 penalty.
His wooden pipe, by the way, is on the ground now.
I do pick it up.
As we walk in, I ask Mexinix, did you find out anything useful?
I think my acquaintance that I have here is a little bit higher up on the food chain than I originally thought.
Well, Mexi, that either will be helpful or it'll be a hindrance, so we'll see.
Yep. You wouldn't have heard anything about he who escaped hell.
Don't you mean she?
No, it's he who escaped hell is what they say. During what I think was the Red Queen's reign.
You can also hear this, by the way, Valisaur. And the Red Queen sounds familiar.
Yeah, does it? How does it sound familiar?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was in a message I sent you way before we actually started playing with Valisaur.
I think it was.
So
you might have to remind me.
It was way back there.
I'm going to say, you mean the Crimson Queen?
Sure. Any relation to that king of yours?
No, because the king is her son.
Who's your cousin?
The Crimson King. Distantly, of course.
Your family's complicated.
When Arthur Eld's held reign a millennia before born, the Crimson Queen tried to kill him. Deshane the Elder, first of the name, saved his life and died because of it. Arthur took Deshane's wife as a concubine later, hence Deshane of Eld. But technically, the Crimson Queen got pregnant too. So, related by blood, but over a millennia.
Whoever escaped knew my mother.
If it's him, then we have a big issue. And I'm gonna look directly at Mixie. And I'm gonna say it could be Walter, but maybe not. He always lied, so there's no telling what he ever said to me was the truth, so...
You picked up the pipe, right, Mixie Nix?
I did.
When you have the pipe in your hand, all the information that Bartleby gave you does kind of flow through your mind regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And you would remember that specifically this entity's is known as He That Broke Free.
He that broke free. Thank you. I could not remember the exact phrase.
You will also know that, well,
I will try and take a hit off this thing, by the way. Like, I do pick it up and try and smoke it.
It's an ever-smoking pipe.
I am okay with this.
So yeah, you can totally smoke it. It also fills you with odd amounts of knowledge, one of which includes he that broke free was not a demon.
Probably about that time. You'd hear me audibly saying, out of everyone else, the whore of Babylon. The Blood Queen.
They also called her that. The Blood Queen part. For obvious reasons.
And I was wrong. It's he who broke free, and he who broke free was not a demon.
Okay, then it's not Walter, which means maybe he was honest. I have
Honest
no idea.
about what?
He told a lot of tales about where he came from and who he was. Boasted quite a bit too, but most of what he said was a lie. That's the part that matters.
Well, Barnaby didn't recognize the image of my mother, but also said she looked familiar. Have I showed you the picture of my mother yet?
No.
Pull it out and show him.
And you're currently also smoking the pipe still, right, Mixie Nix?
Yep.
Yeah, now that you are also looking at it and smoking the pipe, you see exactly what it was that he meant about not recognizing her, but she looked familiar. It's a face he'd seen before, specifically he had seen before, but only from a distance and nowhere near the pits, but in hell.
Do I know where in hell?
You only have a kind of over bird's eye view kind of image. You can see the river Styx, and you can see that it's close to that river, but it is definitely way further up the river than where the canyon and the pits meet.
And further up, you mean the downwards up?
Yes, the downwards up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seen her before?
Should I do a history check for this, or what?
Yeah, go for it.
I will guidance him.
You have guidance.
I have no idea what my modifier is. I don't think I've ever... 22. Thank you. Guidance.
22 with guidance. Nice. Yeah, she looks familiar. You've seen images of her before. Mostly in textbooks from the past, before your time.
How do I remember it?
It would probably be like images of multiple different peoples. She's in the background of a lot of them. She seems like she's some kind of, some of these images, elder, and others leader, but pretty much always a position of power. But there's no specific name connected to her. You just know that she was associated with those groups specifically in all of these images.
Okay. Any rose stuff? Any rose accoutrement? You know, because of the whole rose association.
You do get the feeling, specifically when thinking about the tower, that maybe that field of roses has something to do with her.
Okay, I'm gonna hand the picture back, and I'm gonna say, there's this part of the fairy tale about the tower I heard growing up. In other worlds, it's not a tower. It's other things. Markers of equivalent power, but of not the same type. Sometimes it's a rose, and sometimes it's a tiger, or a weapon. But cause brought you with me, unfortunately, Lady of the Rose.
And you guys do now step back out into the canyon area.
Where to now, Valisor?
I look for the red thingy.
You see him doing something you do pretty frequently, Deshane. He's looking up as if he's looking for something.
Okay, I'm gonna look up.
And you see it with ease. You don't even have to roll. But Deshane does. Or sorry, but Valisor does. Just a perception roll about Valisor.
Ten.
No, you don't see it, but Deshane, you do see it. Looking up, you now see a glowing red being. And it is currently flowing the same direction as the river Styx.
I'm guessing we have to follow that, I say, looking up.
And now that he points it out, it starts to become clear to you, Valisor.
Yes.
It starts as like the absence of things, you know? That's what it like looks like at first, and then it becomes more clear.
I just look up, see it, focus. Yes. And then start going the direction.
Now that you can see it, your helmet starts recording something that you had forgotten you had it set to record. That beam has a lot of that particle in it.
Out of my mind.
Yeah, your helmet just starts reading the particle in the beam, essentially. But it is way up there. Like, way up there.
Okay. I keep following.
Judging from the direction it's going, it would probably be... Actually, no. Roll intelligence checks, everyone.
No, I'm gonna use my last spell to cast Sending again to my lovely friend.
Okay. Bartleby?
No.
No, the other lovely
Lady.
friend?
My lady friend.
Yeah. Your lady friend?
I swear to God, 15... Oh, sorry. You go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Who is he that escaped? What do you know about Lady DeLuna?
He that broke free.
There's a pause, and then it will be like, she's my mother.
The response, he that broke free was assisted by your mother. What was the intelligence rolls, you two?
Oh, 16.
17.
My black D&D dice, like the D&D official dice, roll 15 more often than any other number at all. It's 15, 15, 15. I don't know what's wrong with these dice.
Both of you get the idea that it would probably be faster if you went down the canyon again and summoned Karan.
I will start heading down the canyon.
Using this, well, not the same exact route, you actually see that there is a much easier path down the canyon from right here. Like, whoever uses this cave probably uses this route to get to the river. Yeah. Unless you guys want to do anything on the route down, which you can, not really.
Nope.
You get to the river. You don't see anyone out on the river at the river. There are still lots of wretches about, and occasionally you do still see a wretch suddenly get possessed and walk off the ledge.
I will walk up to the riverbed. Do the same thing I did last time. Speak in Infernal and say, Goran, we need you.
There is a pause, and then all three of you kind of feel like this breath of air leave and return, and you see Charon just suddenly floating out of a fog bank that you didn't see there originally, slowly drifting up to you and coming to a stop when he slams his scythe down on the boat. Where to next?
We are following the red beam.
Charon will very pointedly look directly at Deshane, and then up. Slam his scythe down, and the three of you find yourself on the boat. And the boat starts to move.
Mr. Charon, sir.
He looks down at you.
What do you know about he who escaped? Or this lady, and holds up a picture.
You see him just softly reach out and gently touch the cheek of the picture before he comes back. Lady DeLuna, once a resident. No longer. He that broke free, with her assistance, they destroyed the shackles of hell.
Does he have a name?
There is a pause. If he did, it has long since been forgotten.
Would anybody know?
Perhaps some of the strongest and most powerful, and most definitely the Red Goddess. She despises him after all. There seems to be amusement behind Charon's voice when he says that.
Does she hate DeLuna?
Oh, yes. Everyone involved in that event. It brought an end to her reign.
A friend would say that never mind. Caw.
Caw, motherfucker.
This is a wild goose chase.
You guys
Do you know what these lizard things are?
Many lost souls down here have found their way because of those. But never those. Never those.
You know what they are?
He shakes his head no, somberly.
decides if something comes down here? What is this deciding factor?
Multiple millennia past, it was not a choice, but a punishment. Now, it all depends on what you believe, who you follow, and why.
Do you know what... It was Pixie Wings and Beholder Eye Stalks. Do you know anything that would use both of those?
Only the most vile of potions.
What does it do?
It is said to ascend one's energy beyond even the next plane. It does not do that. It consumes, grows in power, becomes its own entity, destroys. Even the Infernals fear it.
Well, those lizard things were collecting Beholder Eye Stalks and Pixie Wings.
There's kind of a silence for a moment, and then he goes, "The future is dark."
Yay.
The one that escaped. What did he look like?
He that broke free had no true form.
Was he the first?
No. But he was the first to break the shackles.
Then I believe we have all met him.
There's silence for a moment. Oh.
A formless being who appears among everyone as someone else, something else, entices you with whatever he likes, and then traps you in his own version of a prison. You have been played. Cephas is not our enemy. The first one is.
I've been actually trying to explain that for a while.
That does not mean Cephas is not an enemy. He is. But everything we're doing is a result of what the first one had planned. He is the one we should be focusing on.
The first one's losing control.
Interesting. After so long, for such an ancient being to suddenly reemerge. I wonder why.
Furthers what I'm saying. Whatever it is, it cannot be good.
At this point, you guys realize You've actually been traveling far faster than you would have anticipated. You didn't even notice. Charon suddenly looks up and then slams down on the boat, and the boat comes to a halt. And the bank you are at, it is misty and foggy. You can't really see further than 30 feet ahead of you. But it is what looks like gravel beachhead. And he pulls up to the beachhead and he says, "The beam progresses from here, but on land."
Look at the rest of the party. See if they're ready.
Looking the direction he's pointed. On the back
It's
at him.
deeper into the mist.
May the souls we create come your way. And then start walking.
You
towards the
can't.
mist.
You can't see him smiling because he's just got a skull.
Yeah.
But you know he's smiling.
Oh, he's super pleased. Valathor here. So many things gonna die.
There's a few extra
He likes
souls.
spells.
So many things have died.
Kill more things.
Been here for not even a day and we've already killed 6 things. 7 things. 8
Close to.
technically.
Deshane's unleashing on those things earlier just made them run away and go, Don't, they're not prey, they're predator.
Pop, pop, motherfucker.
Which actually kept a lot of the small under CR rating 3 things from attacking you. Not that it kept the birds that were keeping that prison from attacking you, but that's their job.
They never even touched me anyway.
Nope. They hurt themselves far more than they hurt you, even though you healed one of them.
By accident.
You guys are currently in a misty shore. The beam, Deshane, you can still see clearly, but the other 2, at this point, you won't be able to see it because of the mist. It does continue on deeper into this misty area.
There's something in the mist. To reference another Stephen King thing.
Don't go into the long grass.
Don't go into the long grass. Those fucking raptor tails. What is such an iconic scene?
Such an iconic scene.
Yeah. I gonna roll a perception as you walk through.
I pull out my little green stone from the last place we were at. I'm gonna try and contact the Great Old One.
Ooh. You feel a connection establish.
Who is he that broke free?
Ooh. Stronger than anyone I've ever met. Strong enough to interrupt even me at times. But rarely does he ever get involved.
Do you know DeLuna?
I do not.
She helped him break free.
In the distance, everyone hears this, I want to break free.
I want to break free.
There's kind of a silence for a moment. Interesting. I wonder.
She's my
like
mother.
I've never wondered before. You don't get too much else, though.
Do you know who would make a potion of pixie wings and beholder stalks?
The image that comes into your mind is the image you have drawn on paper. The lizard folk-like individual with wings, multiples. By multiples, it pans out, and you see armies of them. And then the great old one says into your mind, "Long have I fought them. Long have I failed.
They took my wings.
You don't hear it, but you feel almost as if the great old one blames himself for the loss of your wings.
I don't blame you. It's not your fault. But what I've gathered, it's not a good thing what's being made.
There is another image sent to your head, and what you see is a planet exploding.
Wait, hang on.
That's the result of the potion?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Does the first one tie into this at all?
There's the feeling of irritation and then shock as suddenly some thoughts were put together.
Fuck shit, girl, you put it together.
I am sorry, Mixie Mix, but I have to go. And then the connection gets cut off.
Well, it's not the first one that my mother helped escape. Something more powerful. And things made out of pixie wings and beholder stalks explode planets.
I'm sorry, did you just say planets?
Yes.
Yeah, Deshane's just got this look on his face.
Like,
Deshane, your perception roll, you don't see anything specifically in the fog around you or the mist around you. But you do start to get the feeling you are being watched. So while you don't see anything, you know something is out there.
Keep on walking.
also,
Okay.
apparently, I look like my mother, and my mother is very hated by certain people here, so this could get interesting.
You are a cheerful, bright, jolly ball of joy. That is entirely hated here.
Have I been doing a good job hiding the joy? Like, I think I've been doing a great job.
Yes. You have.
All three of you hear this clattering noise and the audible, "No, from behind you.
You don't know her like we do.
There's a skittering sound.
Come out, wherever you are.
I keep walking with my eyes.
Definitely still walking, not stopping.
That wasn't you
eyes
two.
peeled.
Smasher's gone. Scan for life forms.
The mist is a life form.
Fuck. That's bad.
I keep walking. I am unconcerned.
It's causing your helmet to give back false positives, which are actually not false positives, but it can't seem to tell where there are life forms and where there are not, because everything seems to be a life form.
Just had like 12 puns come to mind, but I keep moving.
Trust it to be in hell that I find out that my whole life space I've basically just been a pawn for total destruction.
Back and forth.
I look at Nixie and like, oh honey.
Was
That's
that boat
most of
ride
our
earlier?
lives.
A short rest? Because, yeah,
Yes.
you can count it as a short rest, yes.
I'm gonna need that later.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I was
I have no third level spell slots.
reading what you were thinking. Gotta give you
Also,
a
why
moment
I've done
to consider.
basically nothing. Because I'm just trying to stay as mellow as possible.
Hey, let me tell you all, D&D Beyond, they don't sponsor us, but that short rest button, beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, I need a perception roll from all three of you.
Let's go.
And Mixie Nixes will sadly not be at
Jesus
advantage.
Christ. Folks,
the mist is completely nulling all advantage you would have.
I couldn't lie about this even if I tried. That's another nat 20 for a total of fucking 27.
That's a fucking nat 20!
Yeah!
2 nat 20s?
High five!
Yeah!
So Valisor, how badly did they beat you? He just continues to drink. He's like, shut up.
So, this is history. Absolute history. Because I have never, in my entire life, ever, out of over the decade of playing D&D Beyond, not D&D Beyond, just D&D. Just D&D, y'all. Just D&D. The decade. Over the decade of it. I have never seen 3 nat 20s.
Oh my goodness, are you
God.
kidding me?
Okay, we can end the show now. Just clip it and ship it.
Click
Because
it,
it's not getting
ship
any
it.
better.
It's not getting any better than this, y'all. The other one was a 4.
Ew.
But
I'm taking a picture
that
of it.
is...
just for
Yeah, so am I.
posterity.
Let me
Holy
keep my
fucking
phone.
shit, man.
So all three of you immediately turn your heads and look directly at this large spider entity. It's grotesque looking to look at, but it is just standing right in front of you guys, the direction in which you are heading, and it looks unnerved, to say the least, because it was not expecting all three of you in unison without missing a beat, as if you knew it was there all along, to suddenly just look directly at it.
Ooh. My
And you
guns
just
are
see
already
it.
pointed at this thing.
You see it slowly start moving its legs backwards, all 8 of them, one at a time, slowly start creeping. It goes, and you hear a, ooh, I don't know about that. Ooh, no, yeah, that was creepy. Yeah, I'm just gonna fade back into the mist here. Yeah, don't mind me. Yeah, that was
That's
real creepy, guys.
Cease and desist. Who are
We
you?
just
What is
rolled.
your name?
That was the
Wait,
equivalent
don't go.
of as a group us rolling a nat 20 for intimidation.
It doesn't give you a name, Valasor. But you know it's still technically there. It just moved back far enough that it thinks it's out of your sight. It's not.
There is a nice solid as the gun's still pointing at it.
Stand behind me if you want to live.
She's not kidding.
You hear it. You hear kind of a skitter as it seems to climb a wall that you can't quite see, slowly going up it.
I'm gonna yell out loud. Just let it be known, I don't like spiders. And then I'm gonna keep walking.
There's multiple responses to that, by the way. In the distance around you, mostly up, you hear a lot of things go boo, 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 boo.
For the first time, you guys see a shiver run up to Shane's spine. Not a big fan of spiders.
I'm gonna stop, actually. I'm gonna stop walking. Look around. Duini. Oh, wow. I wanted to say either, but I decided to go with any.
Duini.
Duini of your... Let me get to my notes. Do any of you know of an incubus named Elias?
There's silence for a moment, and then... Yes?
Where is he?
A smaller, much smaller, silky black spider seems to materialize out of the mist coming before you, Deshane. It is technically big enough to land in your hand, but it does not land in your hand. It just stays right here, next to you, and you can see all 8 of its eyes regarding you. Why?
I would like to kill him.
There's a visual shiver through the spider. Why?
Because he wants to die.
He killed my wife.
All of us just giving all the background.
The creature kind of turns its head and regards the other 2 with some of its eyes and looks back at you again. Favor?
Your favor will be me sparing your life.
The spider seems to disappear.
Does this Elias guy have a relation with Lyra?
How do you know that name? How do you know that?
She's a friend of mine.
There's a silence that you feel like you could take a knife to.
I'm pretty sure you could even say we flirted with each other once.
Who is Lyra?
You've met her too. You just don't remember.
There's a loud thump behind you, and the spider that you guys have been tracking suddenly climbs back down the wall and comes up to you guys, actually getting close enough to now see the full form of it. Spines coming off of it, what looks like thick, like wiry hairs also coming off of it. Several of its eyes regard you, Mixinix, specifically, while two of them stay hooked on Valisor, and two of them stay hooked on Deshane. And then behind you is another of these spiders doing the exact same thing, essentially.
This is Deshane.
Both of them look almost identical. And the first one that called you guys creepy looks at you and goes, "The more you talk, the scarier you get."
I don't know what you're talking about. We've discussed this. I'm just a ball of joy, remember?
A scary ball of joy.
What all have I said that's scary? Come on.
Lyra is the daughter of the Crimson Queen.
Yep.
Fucking what?
People don't just talk about her daughters like that, like first name basis.
Yeah,
That
no,
never
she
happens.
told me her name. Like I said, we flirted with each other. We're friends. I personally would love to have a chat with her person to person. I can no longer cast spells to talk to her. I'm kind of out, if you get what I mean.
You're going to want to go to the flesh districts. Seek out the succubi.
I'm sorry,
The
did you
what?
just say
What?
flesh sticks?
Flesh districts.
I heard flesh sticks.
So did I.
We have such
That is
sights
actually
to
what
show
came out
you.
of my mouth, but I meant to say districts. And yes, thank you, Deshane.
Everything we do sticks to you.
Uh-huh. Literally. You're not heading in the right direction for the flesh districts.
Where are we headed? The mist kind of hard to see.
We're headed toward Elias.
Yes.
That's towards a person, but that's not the where. Like the flesh districts is a where. Where are we going?
You're heading further into the mire. The mire of despair. This is its border. Usually we eat things like you before you walk in, but all its eyes narrow at Valisor and then shift to Deshane. And then it looks back at you, normal like. It goes, but you lot are different.
Yeah.
There's a thumping noise, and the spider that was behind you retreats back into the mist. The one in front of you steps to the side so you can keep going if you wanted to.
Where have I met Lyra?
The ever-present inn.
Oh.
You
Where
did not
is-
meet her, Deshane.
I didn't meet her, but I saw her. I never
Well, you
saw
were-
her?
You never even
You
saw
never
her.
saw her.
No,
You
you
were
were
supposed to
outside
go
all
in.
the time.
didn't go in until I got
She
ready.
left
right.
before I brought you out food.
That's right.
You felt way too much of the Crimson King coming from
Yeah.
the inn at the time she was in there.
You ridiculed me after I left for meeting her.
Yep.
I got shit from Smasher.
Well, she would
for,
have. She would
being
have gotten
passive
6
aggressive.
rounds in the face.
Her book tried to
Yeah.
eat Nixie Nix.
Remembering that encounter, folks, I have an intelligence of 20. Okay, so just a fact. I will stop my
Dexterity at
gun.
20.
My dexterity is 14. It's shit.
I have a wisdom of 1, so what?
No, I'm going to. My gun is going to stop burning. And I'm going to look at the spider and say, where is the flesh districts?
digs its one of its front legs into the dirt several times and makes what looks like a crude map. You see a squiggly area that it pokes at and says, "This is where we are now." Then it pokes at a line it had made. That's the river Styx. Then it points or pokes at across the river, which at this point in the river, you would remember that the river was very wide. But it points at across the river and says, the flesh districts are along a path, or rather at the end of a path that begins pretty much right across the river from here.
I walk over to the map, look down, screenshot.
There is an audible clicking noise from Valazor's helmet.
When next we pass by, leave us alone, or I will not hesitate.
I won't hesitate, bitch.
What the fuck?
Spider, the spider kind of shivers and then takes a couple steps back and just watches you for a moment.
I toss it a piece of meat. I'd also like to note that the meat that I'm tossing is technically all Valazor's share.
It jumps on the meat and consumes it quickly.
It's a good thing I've got
viciously.
8 days of rations left.
Get that lovely cat.
I will stop. I will look at both
Today.
Deshane and Mixine. I have an idea.
I want to hear this idea.
Same.
According to our new friend here, Gilly, Lyra is the daughter of the Blood Queen. Someone of power, the ability to get us in places.
Remember how I said there's people that hate me? Well, hate my mother, and I look like my mother? I was referencing the queen.
He's been dead.
Good.
At least that's what
I don't
I've
want to
been
die
told.
here.
What I'm getting at here is that when it comes to any reign of rule that is of evil kind, there are people below them, especially their children, seek to take their throne. We go to Lyra. We make a deal. She brings us to Richard, gives us the ways to kill him, to remove him and his goons, the 11 left. The 10. Agrute can survive. He's already suffering. We destroy them and we help Lyra with what they do. And if at the end of the day we don't want to, we kill her as well.
Absolutely not.
Bing's just got his eyes closed this whole time.
I was fine with all of that until that very last line there.
It doesn't matter. The Crimson King, Lyra's apparent brother, fells the tower. None of this matters. I don't think you guys have wrapped your head around this fact at all, actually, this whole time.
And I don't think you've wrapped your head around about the amount of realities of the existence that we are in that actually persists around where we are. It doesn't matter
The way
what
I
we
see
do,
it-
no matter what.
If it doesn't matter, I at least want my journey to be worthwhile.
If the tower falls, it won't be.
If the tower falls, we're dead.
The tower has already fell. And we're alive.
That wasn't the tower.
I'm just gonna like turn to like the mist and stuff as I like look. Let's see. We'll go ahead with this plan, but you'll see when we get to my world, get to the tower, you'll understand. If Lyra can help us now, she doesn't stand a chance against her brother. Not even a little.
I will only lift a finger against Lyra if she does something against us. If she sticks to the bargain, I will honor it. But if she betrays us, if it turns out she had her hands in anything to do with the death of my family, I will not hesitate to kill her.
Well then, let's get going.
How do we get
The more
across
time
this
we
river?
waste, the less chance we have.
Because of the mist, you guys actually cannot see the other side of the river. And Charon has moved on, from what you can see.
Spider friends, can you help me get across the water?
There's a skittering noise, and then you hear, "That's not water. That's the river Styx. Just walk across it."
It's shallow.
Am I actually gonna be able to walk across it? You know, I've heard stories of river Styx where like you touch it and you're like in it forever. Like
I walk up to it and do what I did at the very beginning. And like start caressing the water with my right hand. Actually, no, you're right. This is a bad experiment. I don't actually have my soul right now.
That would be why Valisor was able to do that.
Yeah.
Before you guys are stepping out, you're just starting to walk across.
Oh, you're just
Absolutely
I
not.
was just stepping into it to
okay.
try to show Mixie Nix it's fine, but then realizing partway through, no, I can touch this because I don't have a soul right now. My soul is in the hands of a god that I hate, so I cannot do anything. The river Styx cannot
Completely
claim my soul.
unaffected by the river.
I am
river
completely
Styx.
unaffected by it. Side effect I didn't think about until the beginning of this session. I was like, oh shit. I'm good in the Styx.
I almost asked you, by the way, when you were dealing with that demon earlier, I was almost like, hold on a second, does Valisor even have his soul? But then I was like, no, he doesn't. I already know this.
Nope.
That would be why the demon broke apart into little bits and floated up the river.
yeah, see, no. I've seen what it does to people that go inside it. That isn't this one.
Mixie Nix successfully resisted the demon's temptation to force her to kill herself on the river Styx.
I have
I
a
think
way.
the only thing I've said I wanted from this place is I don't want to die here.
Yeah. very
I will not
funny.
die here.
Very true.
And the spiders immediately try to kill you.
I actually have a way. I'm going to look at them all. Them both. I know how to do this. I can get you both across. But we need to rest.
I am sleeps.
I am not looking at either of you. My back is turned, looking in the exact line to the beam. And I just say over my shoulder, okay, I'll set up camp.
No need. I've already started gathering pieces of fire. Or like things to light on fire. And I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
Those
The
rights.
wood you were gathering, by the way, does seem soggy, but you get the feeling it might still work for a fire.
Soggy with souls.
Soggy with souls. I am going to.
You don't know what is soggy with.
When the fire is lit, I'm gonna take the skull of Gotrid, and do the same ritual thing that Deshane showed me a while ago.
As he like pulls out the skull and almost like throws the whole skull in, I grab his arm and then I grab the skull and I just pull the jaw off it and toss the rest of the skull over my back and hand it to him. And I turn away.
I forgot what this does.
Thank you.
Oh,
You made a portal? Kind of?
Yes, we have it. We have it in the notes. One second, I'll look through. Go ahead if you know it.
Communication, right?
Yes, pretty much.
Like pretty much communication path.
Yeah, it's like poking a hole in reality to create a communication path.
Yeah.
Which is why some closets were able to walk through it, and you could reach through and touch something scaled on the other end.
Pretty much in Deshane's eyes it's like taking the jaw of a demon means that you're able to speak with another one in order to gain information, or it's just a way to get information, you know what I mean? Communication of information in some way.
All right. You're gonna do this ritual.
I'm gonna do the ritual, and I'm going to try to send this to what's the new name? Elias. Not Richard yet, just Elias.
We don't want to contact Richard. You don't want to do that.
Other names that I'm not supposed to know yet. Gonna throw it in and try to contact Elias. And what I'd like to be able to do is send him direct images of killing whatever the creatures were that were guarding the other dude. Can't remember his name because he's pitiful at this point. And then the melting of Gotrid. And then a very simplistic image of my wife, my son, my daughter, and then me. Smiling and saying, "Make peace with whatever gods you have, for you will soon die."
We are going to end it after this point, so if you guys want to do anything quickly before we end, I won't start this point yet.
Because I'm breaking at that point.
Just setting up my bed, rolling a cigarette while he does this.
Sending a message.
Then I will do the response quickly, and we will end there.
Ooh.
You all hear what sounds like flapping wings deep in the distance, a long way down the way you were heading. It is very loud. And then you just hear in all your heads the sound of a scream of pain. Pure, agonizing pain. And we will end there and come back to it next week, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh. It was a good episode this week, folks.
They are traversing through the hell that currently exists alongside this Ravenloft.
Mixie hates it. I hate
Yeah, it's a horrible place. Like every
We're
hell
all
is.
fine and dandy, and Mixie's doing everything she can to just.
As soon as we went to hell, I was like, everything Valasor, all the progress Valasor just made is going to be nixed by
Though, to be fair,
going to hell.
He's holding himself back pretty well, though, to be honest.
He is.
I was expecting him to literally be eye attacking on everything that showed up. But, you know, resistance is really good, especially since everything you run into is probably a demon.
That's good. Yeah. I mean, I didn't kill What's-His-Facey. Mind you, I did leave him to a much more terrible fate, but I didn't kill him.
Eternal toil.
Eternal turmoil and torture. But hey, I didn't kill him.
Mixie's making friends, like she always does.
Always.
With the demons.
Which, you know...
And Shane is walking through life with...
Everyone
this
looking
on
at
his
him
face.
for direction and going, I don't know where the fuck we're going.
Why am I the de facto leader for somebody?
Like, I have been going in one direction my whole life. Anyway.
That's what makes you beautiful.
Yep.
That's what makes you beautiful.
Simple.
Oh!
Anyway, let's get the fuck out
Folks,
of here.
I
Let's
couldn't do a
raid.
single pun.
I gotta pee again,
This
so
entire
let's
time.
go!
Yeah, he wasn't
Painful.
allowed. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I couldn't do it. We're in hell. I can't do puns. Yes, we're going to roll that outro, and then we're going to raid someone. Scarlet Quinn, who came in and actually gave us some attention on Sunday, so we're going to give them some attention today. So everyone, give your love, give your wonders, and say hello to the wonderful Scarlet Quinn, but after a little outro, because let's face it, a little bit of Peter singing in our life brings us much joy.
And don't forget, Ingvi's gonna be streaming here soon too.
Oh yes.
I just gotta finish closing out my tab.
Closing our tab stuff, one of those things. Check out Mixie and their wonders.
Bye.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles